Oh, good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, I ordered a garden shed online on the website and ordered it in March, and it came in April, and I have to say it did arrive when they said it was going to come. And being as I'm in my 70s, I had to book a local installer to put it up. And so he started on the shed. He did mention that it seemed a little bit, some of the parts seemed a little bit flimsy. And then when he was about halfway through, he sort of mentioned about one of the two bits didn't sort of fit, weren't cut right, but I just assumed that he'd fixed that, as he was putting it up. I didn't think we could do anything about it then. In fact, I kind of accepted that most things you buy these days aren't perfect, so I kind of accepted maybe that was going to be the case.
How much was the shed? I mean, was it a cheap shed off the internet, or was it a good quality one?
Just a fiver, I think, under £400. Well, I think it was $389.99 or something like that.
Yeah. And did you do your homework in terms of you looked up the company and made sure they sold really good quality stuff? And
well, I thought I had, although it was quite difficult to get sheds at the time.
Right.
And these did say they had them in stock.
You've got to be a bit careful with sheds. Over the years, I've dealt with enough shed complaints to know that there are a number of companies that sell cheap Chinese imported sheds with very poor quality wood that's absolutely covered in knots all over it that then pop out. The wood all bows and bends, and you end up with a shed that isn't very watertight, but it was cheap. And that's how they've managed to make it cheap. So you do have to be a bit careful with what you're buying.
Well, I think you've actually described my shed, Jonathan.
Oh, dear.
But I didn't think it was that cheap because this site said you were buying direct from the manufacturers. You were cutting out the middleman. So I just assumed it was a competitive price.
Right.
At my age, I didn't want a shed that was going to be sort of last for donkey's years.
No, but you also don't want a shed that's going to get your lawnmower soaking wet.
That's right, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when the guy started to put it all together, he was concerned about some of the components.
Well, I wouldn't say he was actually concerned. He just sort of mentioned sort of a bit of a chat, just saying, "Oh, this seems a bit flimsy."
Right. And do you know this installer? Do you?
He was well recommended by a local person, yeah.
Okay, right. So how much were you paying him to put it together?
£150.
Okay. So what's gone wrong? What's happened? Where are we
now?
Well,
it wasn't until it was actually completely finished, and that evening I went up to the shed and opened the door with a view to starting to get some garden tools back in. And then I realised just how bad it was. Funnily enough, as you described, there were so many knots, and it was a sunny evening. You couldn't have known this before, but you could see all the sun coming through the holes. And then I could see that, the latch was tacky, the doors were sort of not very strong. And since then it's rained, and although it's supposed to have a heat treatment on it, they did tell me when I queried about painting it with something to preserve it. They said don't do it yet because it's had this heat treatment. But since it's rained in the last few days and I've gone inside, there's actually so much water coming in so many places. I think the wood is actually just really shoddy.
Right. And so where is the rain coming through? Is it coming through the knotty holes, or is it coming through the slats that don't fit together?
It's coming through the sides, it's coming in the bottom, it's coming in between where the door is hinged. Mm-hmm. It's coming in the corner at the top.
Everywhere?
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Right, well, have you gone back to the guy that put it together for you and said, look, I'm not very happy with this because it's letting in all the water?
He said to me, to be quite honest, he said he couldn't have foreseen all these problems until it was up. He said they didn't really come to light until it was up, and then he had to agree it wasn't a very good shed.
But is there no way of Okay, so it sounds as if you've ended up buying one of these cheap sheds that are on the internet, and they're made of wood that is cheap, not very good, and therefore this shed, unfortunately, is never going to be a brilliant shed for you.
No.
But is there any way that he can try and make it watertight so that at least it does what it's supposed to do, and that's to keep the weather out?
Well, he sort of did suggest something like that, but I think it would take a lot of work, and obviously that's costing me even more money to get it put right. And I don't think it's, to be quite honest, even to do that to it, I don't think it's really going to come to much. It was from, although I ordered it from one site, it was direct from a well-known manufacturer, Jonathan.
Have you gone back to the company that you purchased it from?
Yes.
And what have they had to say?
I went on the website and let them know about the problems.
And what have they had to say?
And then I followed up with an email. They said that I should have checked the shed before it was put up. And they said, so after seeing the photographs that I sent them, this is before it rained, it was that bad even before then, they did say they offered me a refund, but I'd have to dismantle the shed and they would collect it, and only after collection would I get the refund.
Yes. Well, it's to be honest, it's a bit of a pickle. Because the guys put it all up for you, it does make it much more complicated because, I mean, it would have been very nice if this chap, when he came round to build the shed for you, had thoroughly inspected it all. Because if he's in the business of building sheds, is he?
Yes.
Right. Well, why, incidentally, did you not get him to supply and fit the shed?
To be quite honest, it hadn't occurred to me.
Right. Okay, because, I mean...
I'm used to buying on the internet now.
Well, it would have been very nice if he'd had a look at it all and said, do you know what, Susan, this shed is a load of rubbish. And if I put this together, you're going to end up with a really rubbish shed that's going to let the rain through and the wind through, and, it's just not going to be weatherproof.
Yeah.
That would have been very nice.
Now that that was not obvious when he started building this shed.
Right.
I think he's a genuine enough guy.
Well, yeah, maybe. And I'm looking at. I've been sent a couple of photos.
Yes.
That are difficult for me to see the extent of how bad it is. I mean, I'm looking at some wood where, sure enough, there's a little knot hole, which I would imagine that could be filled fairly easily, could it not?
Well, there's a lot of those. That's just an example.
And they can't be filled?
They could be. They did offer me, if I didn't want to pay to have it dismantled and collected, they said they would offer me silicone and a sealer.
Well, I wonder whether that might be the best bet, because if ultimately you've got a wooden shed that is as described, and if it wasn't as described, it wasn't spotted until the whole thing had been put up. Yeah. And if the company have said, well, look, we're happy to give you a refund, but we want it back to us, dismantled, I think you may well be on a bit of a hiding to nothing.
Yeah.
So therefore, the best bet is to try and work out an alternative.
Yes.
And I would imagine there must be a way of trying to weatherproof this shed.
Yes.
So I think maybe that might be the best way to explore this and to take it further forward. Has the chap who came out, has he given you a price for how much it would cost to seal it all up?
If they wanted it dismantled down to the exact number of pieces it arrived in, it would cost me another 150. But he could take it down in fewer pieces for £75.
Well, yes,
of course, he said
that probably involves breaking it. But how much would he charge to seal it?
I haven't asked him that yet.
Let me just put this out there to any of my listeners who know about sheds and about building sheds. I mean, is the best bet now the shed is put together, and as I say, it's quite difficult for me to see the extent of how bad it is because the photos I'm looking at don't really look that bad.
Yeah.
It just looks like, forgive me, but it just looks like a bit of a cheap shed. You know, there's a bit of wood that's a bit cracked, and there's...
Well, I could send you some more photos. I did send some further ones showing all the rain coming, all the wet patches.
Yeah.
They weren't near the knots.
Right. Okay, yeah, I've been sent a slightly different photo showing there's a gap at the side, and there's... Okay, well, that's a bit easier to see. But are we sure?
Jonathan, I've only got a mobile and I'm not very good at taking pictures.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It's just I'm just trying to work out whether that, and is that definitely down to the construction, or is it down to, could that be bad fitting?
No, it's definitely the shed pieces themselves.
Right. Let me put it out there. Let me just ask my listeners, particularly those who know about woodwork and sheds and this kind of construction. If you're in this position, what's the best thing to do? Take the whole thing down and get it back to the company? Or try and patch up what is there with silicone? I mean, does that last for long enough? Will that provide a decent weatherproof finish? It'd be very useful to hear your advice on that. Susan, let's see what people say. Yep. And one way or the other, I will obviously go and have a word with the company that you bought it from, just to ask whether they are proud of the quality of the shed that they've provided you with, and whether they recognise that they've now left you in a difficult situation, having put the thing together. Let's see how we can get on. Yeah?
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Susan. And please, can I just conclude that story by just putting out a general bit of advice? Please, there are companies on the internet that sell cheap sheds, very affordable sheds, you know, much cheaper than it would cost from your local reputable garden centre to buy a shed. There is normally a reason why it's so much cheaper, and that's that where your local garden centre is probably providing a shed made of really good quality timber, the company you found on the internet is probably selling very cheap imported Chinese wood that's all going to be warped and is not going to be particularly weatherproof. So just be aware, sometimes you do get what you pay for. Make sure you do your research. Now, over lockdown, Sarah's three-piece suite fell to pieces. Not ideal. It was so bad, she couldn't wait for when she'd be able to go into a store and choose a new one. So she found some furniture on the internet from a retailer that she's purchased from before and she has absolute respect for, and she made the order on the 8th of February. Well, she made the order in two parts. She ordered 2 sofas on one order and then ordered a chair and a footstool on a second order. The 2 sofas duly arrived, but the second part didn't. And then she noticed a discrepancy with it.
My online order said 3 items when I'd only ordered 2. Anyway, didn't think anything of it, and they said that they could deliver the armchair and footstool within 5 weeks. I thought that was absolutely brilliant. But a few hours later, they cancelled the delivery. I was told that they hadn't arrived at their dispatch, and I spoke to somebody in customer services, and she noticed this computer glitch, and she said because dispatch are waiting for 3 items and only 2 turned up, they won't deliver unless they can see the 3rd item. So I'm going to have to cancel your order and put it back in again, and I'll put some notes on the system. It will mean that you're going to have to wait until the 7th of May to get those 2 items. 6th of May, I get a notification saying, sorry, we're going to cancel your delivery. And I said, well, when will it be delivered? They said, we don't know because we don't know where it is.
Well, it's very frustrating. Sarah said she just keeps chasing the company and she's got no faith that they're ever going to be able to deliver the armchair and the footstool together. When I spoke to Sarah last week, having had a conversation with the company concerned, there was a glimmer of hope in that some of the furniture had now arrived, but not the rest. Sarah's back on the JVS now. Hello, Sarah.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Sarah. So the armchair, after I called the company, the armchair arrived, yeah?
Yes, it did.
Great. But the footstool
that worked well.
Still hadn't turned up, which was very frustrating. And when you spoke to the company again and said, look, the armchair, yeah, no footstool though, they then said to you that it was going to take another 5 weeks before they could get the footstool to you. It would appear your armchair had been sitting in a warehouse just round the corner from where you live for some time. But the footstool, for whatever reason, is not with it. So they would have to order that again. So there were two alternatives on the table for you. And when I had a conversation with the company, what they said to me was, look, we will try our best to get the furniture. However, we completely understand we've messed Sarah around throughout this. So if she would like, we'd be more than happy to just refund her for the furniture. And if necessary, they'd come back and get the armchair and take it away and just give you a full refund for that part of the order. But as I said to you last week, I think it's probably, as frustrating as it is, I think it's worth just taking a deep breath, because you don't want to end up cutting your nose off to spite your face. And if you went and ordered furniture from another shop, chances are you'd have weeks to wait for that as well. So you were going to have a think about it. You were going to have a chat to your hubby and make a decision. What have you decided to do, Sarah?
Well, what we've decided to do is to actually send the chair back. We're not going to wait for the footstool for 5 weeks, because in total that would have been 22 weeks.
Yeah.
And really, what's happened is that since the chair was delivered, there was a delivery notice on it, which has kind of revealed that the information that I was previously given by the retailer actually wasn't true. Because I was told it was all to do with a piece of foam. Well, it turned out that wasn't the case. The footstool was never made. The chair was always made. And I've just lost faith in them.
Yeah.
So we decided at the weekend to use our time productively. We went round the furniture shops now that we can try things out. We found something that we really like that will go well. And so I have spoken to the retailer, and prior to you getting involved, because it was a bespoke piece of furniture, I wasn't going to be allowed to cancel the order. You couldn't do it online. It said you couldn't cancel it.
Yeah, but they changed their tune on that when I spoke to them.
Yeah, thankfully, due to your involvement, it's meant that I can get my money back. The chair will be picked up. They're going to arrange that. And they're going to give me a voucher for my time and trouble.
Right. Okay. But it does then mean you've got to start from scratch again with another company.
I have, and it's going to take a couple more weeks more than the footstool. But to be honest with you, I'll be happier with that. It's now a piece of furniture we can test, and we're fine. We think that that's okay. And the retailer, to be fair, has acknowledged that they didn't tell me the truth originally, and they're going to take that up with their various departments, and they've really apologised.
Right. So. Well, it's very frustrating, and it sounds like they've left an irreversibly bad taste in your mouth.
I think the big thing was that had I not got you involved, I still would be in exactly the same position, not knowing where on earth my items were and not being able to cancel. So it really did take your involvement to kind of move this position forward.
Well, it would have been outrageous. When you first came to me, you were saying that they wouldn't even let you cancel it and have your money back because they said, oh, no, it's a bespoke order. I mean, you can't muck a customer around to this extent and then expect the customer to just forgive you forever and then not have their money back. It's just outrageous. Yeah. And to be fair, they did completely accept that when I spoke to them, and they did say, no, obviously we will. If she wants to cancel, we will, of course, give her a full refund for that. But, well, look, good luck. The next saga that you have is trying to find another company that sells you good quality furniture. Because you need to be very aware, Sarah, there are a lot of companies out there selling beautiful looking furniture in their showrooms. But if you saw how it was built underneath, you'd be horrified.
Yes, indeed. So well, hopefully, fingers crossed, we've got it right.
Okay. Well, good luck. And
thank you very much.
They haven't given you your refund yet, have they?
No, they haven't. They haven't refunded the money yet, and they haven't sent me the e-voucher yet. But they have said they will do so.
Shall I give them half the horn now and retain the other half?
Yeah,
I think that's a good idea.
Horn.
Fine. Okay. Well, for the company, that's it. You'll get the rest as soon as Sarah is 100% happy. Keep me in the loop if you would, please.
Will do. I will email your team.
Brilliant. Thank you. Do you remember Julie? Julie was coming to me about an issue with a school coach company.
My granddaughter gets the coach for school. I pay $940 last year, but last year she didn't go because of the COVID. I feel I have paid out for nothing. It would be nice to have something back. I kept saying to my daughter to find out, and she kept just putting it off. But she did actually phone them up, but didn't get really anywhere. They didn't seem to want to offer anything back.
Well, Julie's granddaughter didn't use the service for about 5 months over the last year because of lockdown. But what's the company had to say about at least a part refund of the £940 that Julie has paid this company for her granddaughter to travel on their coaches that she hasn't been able to use through no fault of her own? Well, it's intriguing. The company are scratching their heads a bit. Let's find out what they have to say, because Julie's back on the JVS show. Hello, Julie.
Oh, hello. You're
Hello,
right?
Julie. Yes, I'm good, thank you. So I've been off to have a word with the coach company. And at this stage, I'm not going to identify them because there seems to be a bit of a question mark and a bit of confusion.
Mm-hmm.
They've come back and they've said that indeed they do operate a school bus service. But they went on to say, we're very concerned to read your comments, as upon initial investigation, we can find no record of Julie contacting us, either verbally or in writing, with any kind of complaint. Without being made aware of the issue by our customer, we haven't had the chance to investigate the complaint before it would appear she's just come straight to you. In order to investigate this, we would need full details from Julie, including details of her payment and invoice, the dates that she's referring to, and the dates and the reasons that her granddaughter was unable to travel. They go on to say, we're also very confused about which school year Julie is referring to, as we have not asked any parents for any payment for the coming year. At the moment, we haven't spoken with any parents at all about the coming year. Without full details being provided to us by Julie, we can only generalise with our reply as follows. At no time throughout the pandemic were our bus services cancelled. They operated AM and PM every school day and were available for everyone to use. Children were able to use the bus every day, subject to the school and any government guidelines which were placed upon individuals. The bus services also operated extra days at no cost through the school holidays, as the schools were open to provide care for the students. As you haven't provided us with the bus route she's referring to, our comments are made without prejudice. Refunds would have been given in the event of cancellation. However, as the service continued to operate, we would only offer refunds or credits in line with our terms and conditions, which Julie would have been subject to. So there's quite a lot in there. I mean, the first thing is they don't seem to recognise you or your complaint.
Well, the trouble is my daughter phoned them up, so she's under a different name.
But would your daughter have given a very clear link between you, the customer of the coach company who pays the money? Would she have made it quite clear who she was talking about?
Oh, I would have thought so. Like her daughter, you mean? Talking about her daughter, or you mean me?
Well, you're the customer, aren't you? You're the one that pays.
Well, yes, I pay, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I presume the company has your name as the customer.
Well, I should think so. They've got the bank details.
How do you normally do it then? Does your daughter organise it all and you just pay for it?
Yeah, I just pay for it, really.
Okay.
So I shall have to go back to my daughter and see what she actually said to them.
Well, and the other thing I think...
and I'll have to do a letter write a letter or something to them.
Well, I think you need to definitely formalise the complaint, but I think the more intriguing bit at this stage is the fact that the reason you came to me was because you said that they're now obviously looking for more money for this coming year, but they say at this point they haven't approached anyone for money this year.
Oh, no, I know they have not. No, but I know she's on the coach, so I know that'll be due again in August. That's when I paid last year. So I know it'll be due again in August, because obviously she'll still be going onto the coach to school.
Right. Okay. Well,
I know that money will be coming up soon, August.
Okay. It sounds to me then as if my involvement at this stage is maybe a bit premature.
Well, yes.
Because if the company have not yet had an opportunity to firstly be made fully aware of the complaint and then to respond to the complaint.
Yes.
At this stage, we don't actually know what their position is, because if they turn around to you and say, and there is a suggestion from the end of their response as to what that may be, but if they turned around to you and said, look, as far as we're concerned, the service has been on every day, we have provided that service, it's not our fault that your granddaughter wasn't on that bus on that particular day or on those particular days, we were still providing the service, then at least we would know that they are not prepared to do anything. But at this moment in time, we don't yet know that that's the case. And it may well be that when faced with a formal complaint where you are outlining what you feel you didn't get from what you were paying for last year, they haven't even had the opportunity really to come up with an offer for you.
Yes, but I mean, they were telling children, most people, to stay indoors, weren't they, really? Didn't want children or adults to go out, did they?
No, and that's fine. But if the bus company ultimately were still providing the service, then obviously their argument is, we're not the ones breaking the contract. We were contracted, Julie has paid us 940 quid to provide school transport that her granddaughter can use.
Yes.
We provided school transport that her granddaughter could use. It's not our fault that the government said you can't go to school. Now, I think that would be unfair, to be honest, because I think in a situation like this, surely it is incumbent on companies such as bus school service providers to come to some kind of reasonable arrangement, because it's not your granddaughter's fault either she couldn't go to school. So to say, well, sorry, we know the government told you to stay at home and you couldn't go to school, but we're still going to hang on to all your money, I think that would be quite unfair. But at this moment in time, they're kind of suggesting to me that they haven't yet really had an opportunity to properly provide an official response to you, because they haven't had a formal complaint from you.
Well, my daughter's phoned them up, so obviously it's not on paper or anything like that, is it really?
What I think you need to do is I think you need to, as the person paying for the bus service, I think you need to contact them by email, have a written note of it, have details, if you can get details from your daughter in terms of the months last year that your granddaughter was not able to go to school, and to give a general view in terms of what proportion of the £940 has not been able to be used through no fault of your own. I think that's what you need to stress.
Yes.
And then let's see what they offer. If they come back to you and say, well, we're sorry, but it's not our fault, and therefore we want another 940 quid for next year, please.
Yeah.
Then I would be more than happy to go and put that to them as being somewhat unfair. But at this moment in time, I think we need to just give them that chance.
Okay, then. So I'll write a letter. Or I can't do emails, I'm too old. I'll write a letter or something, shall I, to them?
If you could. And can you do me a favour?
Yes.
Something I think might be useful. Can you just CC me into the letter? Just send me a copy as well.
Oh, right, yeah, that's fine, yeah.
And if you can make it clear at the end of the letter that you've done just that.
Yes.
So they are able to put two and two together and work out what this is to do with. And I would hope they will look favourably upon your request, because I do feel very sorry for the fact that you've paid all this money and through no fault of your own. To be fair to the bus company, it's not their fault either.
No, that's right.
But surely that's why, in a situation like this, it's good to come to a compromise.
Yes. Okay, then I'll do that. I'll write the letter and then send you a copy.
Yes, please.
And then go from there, really.
Let's see where that gets us. And it sounds as if I may well be going and having another conversation with them after they've received that.
Yes.
Okay.
I never thought about, writing letters and things like that. But anyway, I should do that.
I think it's a good idea to at least formally register the complaint with them before we take it any further. I'll leave it with you and I'll wait to hear back from you. Now, Larry has an issue with a tumble dryer that he's had for 35 months. It's just not working properly, so he contacted the retailer.
They offered me a payment of £72.73 in full and final settlement. it would be made by way payment of a payment voucher to be used in their shop. Because I'd been in touch with you, I wanted advice from yourself before I contacted them again. It's not so much the amount they've offered, because I understand from listening to your programme before, about the wear and tear over the 35 months I've had it. I accept the value. But one of the things that does bug me is the fact that it's a voucher which can only be used in their store.
Well, Larry wasn't best pleased, and I promised him I'd go and have a word with the retailer, put all of this to them and see if I could improve upon the offer. And I think it's safe to say it was successful. Larry's back on the JVS show. Hello, Larry.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. So the company concerned, as you know, is Curry's PC World.
Correct.
They came back and they said, we were sorry to hear that Larry's tumble dryer developed a fault. As his product was out of warranty, our customer service team followed process and offered Larry the depreciated credit in the form of a voucher. Larry was unhappy with the depreciated sum offered and the payment method. Our customer service team have reviewed the offer and, as a gesture of goodwill, have agreed on a BACS transfer. Larry is happy with the resolution. Now, in fact, that doesn't even begin to outline how good the offer was, because I think I'm right in saying that they took the original offered 72.73 and they doubled it, didn't they?
They did, yes.
They said they were prepared to give you a cash payment of £145.46. Now, that to me was a very good offer. But what you were going to do with that money, well, that was up to you. And at that particular point when we last spoke, you were due to have an independent domestic appliance engineer that had been recommended to you to come round and have a look at the tumble dryer, to diagnose the problem with it, and then to give you a steer as to whether or not it would be better for you to use the £145.46 to repair it, or to use the £145.46 to put towards a new one. Now, last time we spoke, you were waiting for the engineer to arrive. What's happened?
Well, he came round, he assessed it, and everything pointed that it was the heater unit that had packed up. So he ordered a new one. He came back a couple of days later with the new one, fitted it, and it still wasn't working. And he was a bit flummoxed. He says, I don't understand this because everything says it's that. He checked all the wiring to make sure there wasn't a loose wire or anything like that. But in the end, he said, it must be the motherboard. And the simple truth was, we're looking at 150 or maybe in excess of £200 by the time I pay the call-out charge, the labour charges and the parts. He said, I personally would recommend you buy a new machine. And as it turned out, all I paid them was their call-out charge. There was no labour charges involved.
So he didn't... So hang on a second. So in terms of the new heater component, that was free, was it? You didn't have to pay for that. That was covered under the parts warranty.
No, he bought a new one. I would have had to pay for it because to get it under the 10-year warranty, I would have had to go through a different company and pay about £15 a month. It was... it wasn't worth it.
One of those. I see. Right. So hang on a second. So he comes out and says to you, I think it's the heater element or whatever, the heater unit.
Yep.
He ordered a new one. He came and fitted the new one, but it still didn't work. But who's going to pay for the heater unit he fitted that didn't work?
I honestly don't know. He might have it on sale of return.
Okay.
I don't know. All I know is the only thing I've got to pay them is the call-out charge.
Oh, well, thank goodness for that, because my worry all along was that you'd end up getting an engineer out who would try and fix it, but in the process of trying to fix it would run up a bill, which would then eat into your £145.46 that you could have just used to buy a new one anyway, and then you'd end up out of pocket. But so how much is the call out?
£36.
36.
So I was left with £109. He advised me on which manufacturer to use and also which retailer to use. He pointed me in the right direction. Nothing to do with him because they are solely a repair company. They don't sell anything, so it's not like he was trying to get me to buy something off of them.
Yeah.
And he showed me on the website the same make that he owns himself, a different model, the same make. He said, right, I'm off now. It's up to you what you want to do about it. He said, but that's the one I would recommend to you.
Right.
And
how much is that new one?
It was 244 for the machine itself.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's not too bad, is it? 244 quid.
Yeah. So I knock off £109 for what I had left. So I effectively got a brand new machine for about £150.
Yeah. Well, I mean, none of this is ideal, because in an ideal world, when you bought that tumble dryer would still be going strong 10 years later.
Very true.
Unfortunately, you've ended up getting a machine that hasn't lasted as long as everyone would like, but at least the company, Currys PC World, have given you a contribution towards replacing it, and it sounds as if actually, based on the fact that engineer had come out and put a new part in, getting away with that for 36 quid, you probably got away with it quite lightly, really.
Yeah. Apparently this is how this company work. They only charge you if they actually repair the machine.
Well, that's
Other
good.
than that, they only charge you the call-out charge. They're highly recommended by members of my family.
Okay, well, you're lucky. You're very, very lucky. So shall we thank Currys PC World for doing what they've done and send you on your way?
Most definitely.
I think so.
Thank you and your team. I don't think I'd have got this far if it hadn't been for you.
Well, good luck with the new one. Let's hope it lasts considerably longer. And Currys PC World, the repair didn't work, but never mind, it was worth a go. Thank you so much for agreeing to make that pay. Hello, Joanne.
Hello.
Hello, Joanne. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, I do. I'm hoping you can help me. We had a new kitchen fitted just before Christmas, literally 2 days before. And there's been a couple of things go wrong in the first 3 months. We noticed the very first evening we put the lights on in the kitchen that there was lots of scratches all over the worktop. Which I sent photos in about. They came out and had a look and they agreed that it was scratched and it would need buffing. But I've heard nothing since.
What was the... well, hang on a second. Let's just talk about the worktop for 1 second.
Yeah.
What is the worktop made of? What's the material?
It's Slabtech.
It's what?
Slabtech.
Slabtech?
Yeah.
Was that like a man-made material, or is it natural?
Yeah, it's like a man-made material that's got little chips of different coloured material in it.
But is it stone, or is it some kind of... what's it made of?
I think it's some kind of resin. It looks like stone, but it's not. It's meant to be very durable. It's meant to take any stain, and that's why we ordered it for that purpose. But yeah, as soon as we put the spotlights on, when it was night time, we could see it was covered in very fine scratches.
Right. It's difficult to tell. It looks like it might be a kind of man-made stone. Is it, when you put your hand on it, is it cold?
Yes.
Okay. Right, it's a kind of man-made stone. So they'd scratched it?
Yeah, I think it got scratched in the worktop manufacturing place where they was cutting it originally, because it's almost like a grinder scratches on it.
Oh, dear.
But they did come out, they did look at it, they did say, yes, something needs doing with it. But then I haven't heard anything since.
Right, and how much did you pay for the worktop?
I'm not sure how much the worktop was, but the whole kitchen with the appliances has cost £15,000.
Okay. Right, okay. Well, I'm more than happy to go and talk to them about this worktop and the fact that it's scratched. I mean... part of me, and I don't know the material that we're talking about, but I'm a bit surprised that it can be polished out in your home. I'm surprised that it doesn't. I mean, I'm quite sure they can do all kinds of things in a factory. I'm a bit surprised they feel they can polish out the kind of scratches you're talking about in someone's house. But there we go. Maybe they've got the equipment and the machinery to do so. So if they say they can do it, let's get them to do it. What's the other problem, Joanne?
The other problem is the machine broke down in March.
What
so that
machine?
was a brand new machine, washing machine.
A washing machine, right.
So that was fitted by the same company. At the same time, the rest of the kitchen went in, but it's kept stopping mid-cycle. I rang them. They sent an engineer out. The engineer looked at the washing machine and said it was a problem with the way it had been plumbed in. So I went back to the company and said, apparently it's been plumbed in wrong. They sent somebody out. He said, no, it's definitely the machine. It's been going on forever. And then I've kept ringing and ringing. And they said, look, I think the easiest thing to do is we'll get you a new machine put in. So I said, that's lovely. Haven't heard a thing since.
Right. Is this an integrated washing machine or freestanding?
It's integrated.
Okay. So that's behind a door.
It is.
And what have they said to you in terms of when they said it was to do with the way that it had been installed? What's the problem?
They said that it could either be the water pressure or there was a valve at the back that hadn't been fitted properly. So I rang the company back. They were very good. They got the kitchen fitter to come out really quickly within a couple of days. But he did spend a lot of time showing me. He said, look, this is right. We pulled the machine out. He showed me how all the hose was connected. He checked the pressure. And it had been working fine for 2 months.
Right.
It stopped working after 2 months.
Well, it's very frustrating that you've had these two recurring problems. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I would suggest that although the washing machine problem is probably causing you more issues week to week, the worktop is a probably more serious problem.
Probably, yeah.
Because if that worktop is scratched beyond repair, and obviously they've said that they can repair it, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a bit cynical on a Monday, but I'd be surprised if they could just restore it to how it should look. But there we go. If they can't, they're going to have to take the whole thing all out and redo it all over again. Am I right in thinking they've tiled the kitchen as well?
No, they haven't tiled it. We just had it painted. We didn't need it tiled.
What have you got at the back of the worktop then? An upstand?
Yeah, just a little tiny plinth that comes up made out of the same material.
Okay.
Because the cooker is actually in the middle of the kitchen, so we didn't need a splashback or anything.
Okay. Well, I mean, if they have to take it out, it's all going to be a bit of a job.
Yes.
So, right.
It took the whole shine off the new kitchen, you know, where you have to keep ringing and taking days off work to meet engineers. I'm losing quite a lot of money over it.
Well, I can imagine, and it's just frustrating. What I'm going to do, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail, and we'll go and have a little word with this company and just find out what on earth they're playing at and why you've had these problems, OK?
That would be great, thank you.
James is a plasterer, and by trade, he purchased some plasterboard for a new customer. But things haven't gone to plan.
Got it to the job, started boarding the ceiling and noticed part of the backing paper on the board that was coming away from the chalk, almost like it wasn't adhering to the board. The fact that I was screwing the boards up, because it was the backing, didn't lead me to say there would be any problems with the front of the board. It all looked fine. If it was damaged or anything like that, I wouldn't have used it anyway. And yesterday, went in to start plastering it. Got the first coat done, and then notice almost like blisters coming through on the plaster. Probably best way to describe it is if you burnt yourself with hot oil and then you get them sort of blisters on your arm, on your skin. That's what it looked like. Because of what's happened, I can't just re-plaster over what's up there. I have to start again. So, you know, I'm a week in this job and I'm back to square one sort of thing, and replacing the plasterboard just isn't going to cut it.
Well, it's very, very frustrating. The company had said, look, OK, and I should just point out, James said this was after he'd had to have a couple of arguments with them. They did say, OK, well, look, we'll give you the money back or we'll give you replacement plasterboard. But he said that, to be honest, that doesn't even begin to address the nightmare that I'm now facing, because I've purchased the plasterboard in good faith from you. I've stuck it to a customer's ceiling. it wasn't apparent that the plasterboard was faulty until I've started actually skimming over the top of it, by which point the whole lot's now got to come off. That's going to involve much more of my time in order to take off everything that I've done so far. I'm then going to have to come back to this customer's house and redo the whole thing again. He said there's a cost incurred, even if you replace the plasterboard. I need something to cover my cost for having to remove it for this customer and redo it. So that's what I went to put to the company on James's behalf. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, James.
Hello.
The company have been very keen to point out to me that although they haven't provided me with a response for this programme, they've been very keen to point out that they are in communication with you. And as far as I'm aware, they seem to be under the impression that they've now resolved this issue. What's been agreed since you and I last spoke?
So last Wednesday, I had a phone call from someone from their head office. Mm-hmm. I had to send the original bill over to them. He said to me that they're going to the bill and pay me back the full quote.
Okay.
For the job.
Great.
He was going to look...
You're not sounding at all happy, so I'm waiting for a but. I presume there's a but coming along the line.
Yeah, so he told me that he would lock it in that day, get it all signed off, and send me an email to say it's been confirmed. As of yet, I've had nothing.
Right. In
terms of an email. He did say it will be up to 7 working days for the money to come in, and I thought, yeah, that's fine. But yeah, it's the email that is either leading me to say that it's either not been put through yet because they've not done what they've said.
Okay, so let me just... And I understand you've found the whole situation very frustrating, but it sounds as if we might actually be there. So,
I think so, yeah.
So hang on a second. So they've said to you that they're going to cover the full cost of not only replacing the plasterboard, but they're also going to pay you the extra amount it has cost you as a businessman to have to take down the damaged plasterboard and put up new.
Yeah, yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Great. Well, I mean, that's a great result. And I'm delighted. I understand that it would be more reassuring if you'd received that in writing, but I don't necessarily doubt that the company will do that. What I think would be probably pretty useful would be for me just to drop them a quick line to say, I've had this conversation. You're absolutely delighted that they've agreed to reimburse you for all of your costs incurred as a result of this problem. You haven't yet received it in writing, but hopefully that will happen very soon and you will receive the full amount of money. And we look forward to concluding the story very shortly. Would that help?
Yeah. I mean, I don't like doubt that what he's saying isn't true. It was just it was like one, keep you informed, but and you what I haven't got sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the only thing that's only been. If you like.
Okay, your mobile's breaking up a bit, James, but thank you very much indeed. It sounds good. It sounds as if the company's getting things sorted out. It sounds as if they're reimbursing you everything, and I look forward to speaking to you shortly when hopefully you'll be 100% happy. Alexander purchased 2 sofas for £1,750. He got a 2-seater and a 4-seater, but it wasn't long before he spotted something rather wrong with the larger of the 2 sofas.
Where we were sitting, the cushions was dipping and they wasn't recovering, and then it started to look like the material was all going baggy and sagging and everything else. So we contacted the company. They sent out their technician who had a look and said, yes, they are dipping. He took some photos and said that he's going to put on his report to replace the foam. We've had the cushions replaced, and the second lot is doing exactly the same as the first lot. The technician came out and agreed they were sagging again, but then I had a phone call from the company, and they basically said we're sitting in them incorrectly and we're sitting in them for too long. It's not like, I'm a 30-stone man sitting on the sofa, because I'd understand then it's not supporting. We don't sit in it all day. As I say, we're out. We have things to do. And when we have our tea and coffee, we sit in our other chair and sofa.
Well, the furniture's not even a year old, so you can understand why Alexander was extremely unhappy with this. I went off to have a word with the company that had sold him the furniture, and things, certainly last time we spoke, were really looking up. Let's find out what the latest is. Alexander's back on the JVS show. Hello to you.
Hello there, Jonathan.
Good afternoon. So the company concerned, as you are well aware, is Sofology. They came back and they said, thank you for your email. We take this very seriously. As a specialist retailer, we're very aware that comfort is subjective, which is why we offer many variations and levels of comfort across our range of sofas. This particular sofa is designed to be a soft sit, and so the density of the foam and the support is specified to achieve that snug feel, which many customers seek. The range has been available for purchase since 2017. We've sold in excess of 10,000 items with a very small complaint rate of just 1%. As Alexander and his wife told us some months ago that they were unhappy with the level of sit support, we've already replaced the foam cushions. We do not regard the sofa cushions as faulty and are clear that this particular sofa is designed to perform in this manner. We do have other firmer foam options within our ranges, but they're more expensive than the range in question. Having spoken directly with Alexander, we recognise that this sofa is not meeting his personal expectations, and so a gesture of goodwill we would like to offer would be a full refund and collection. However, Alexander has declined our offer, preferring that we cover the cost of alternative foam instead, as he remains happy with his sofas. The customer is going to source the parts himself, and Sofology will arrange new fabric covers for him at no charge. Alexander is very happy with this resolution. So last time you and I spoke, you'd managed to find an upholsterer who was going to source a much better quality foam. You've got the new covers from Sofology, and you were going to put this much better quality foam into the cushion covers and hopefully give the furniture a new lease of life, and the foam would last much, much longer than the original foam in terms of providing that firmer feel. What's happened since we last spoke, Alexander?
Right, I got the money back from Sofology.
Great.
And that was great.
How much was that?
I ordered sorry?
How much was that?
They transferred £300.
300 quid. And that was to cover the full cost of the foam?
The new foam.
Okay.
I contacted the guy, the upholsterer, and he ordered the new foam. I think it was about a week later, I got a phone call from him saying he's got it in stock if I'd like to pick it up, which I did. And I've been home and I've put the old seat covers onto the new foam because I've not received the new covers yet. I did get an email from them, and they said it would be something like maybe 4 to 6 weeks before I get the new covers,
right,
depending on demand and where they're coming from, this sort of thing. So at the minute I'm waiting, but I've got my money and I've the new foam with the original covers, and they are so comfortable. It's like they should have been when we tried it in the shop for the first time.
Oh, really? So
yes.
You can really feel... And is it a big difference in terms of the support from the foam,
yes,
between
yes,
how they feel now and how when you got the replacement ones?
When we first originally went to the store and we tried it, and it wasn't like we'd only been to the store a couple of times. We went the year before and we see the sofa and we liked it. And then obviously when we started looking around again, we went back and we ended up with the same one we tried. And the one we sat in the shop, it was like we wanted it. That was how it was supposed to be. But when we actually got our sofas, of course, they didn't perform like that. But now we've got this new foam. This is what it was supposed to be like, and how we tried it in the shop. You know, we can sit in this and watch a film in the evening. We get up, and they're just perfect. There's no sagging at all in it at the minute. We've had this foam in for, it'll be a week tomorrow.
Right.
I picked the foam up last Tuesday morning, and we fitted it on the same. We got it home and did it straight away. I contacted the bloke because obviously I picked up the foam, but I didn't have his bank details to transfer him the money, so he gave me that, and I phoned him to say they're great, and I'm pleased with them.
Did he by any chance say where the foam is manufactured?
No, he didn't. No, he obviously gets it from a company. He is a professional upholsterer, local.
Yeah.
And
I just wondered if there was.
You go in his workshop and you can see what he's got there and that.
Oh, I'm sure he's an expert. But
he gave me a sample to test as well.
But it's interesting, isn't it? Because you kind of imagine, for those of us that are not particularly au fait with foam, you would imagine foam is foam is foam, and there may well be a slight difference, but to have such a fundamental difference as the difference that you're talking about, I mean, is quite incredible.
This is major. This is major different. This is just I don't know. It's just far nicer. When we sat in the, as I said, when we sat in the shop, it sat and it felt really nice. And it felt nice when we got our own one for a couple of weeks, and then they start to dip, and then they just stay there. And
how do you know that the new foam isn't going to start to dip?
Well, obviously that's a time thing. At the minute, as I say, it's a week tomorrow, and at the minute we don't even need to puff these up. There's no puffing.
Well, I think the real test will be in a few months' time. If in a few months' time it feels exactly the same as it does now, then that's terrific, and it shows how actually getting that better quality foam is a good investment.
The foam does look different. It's got the new foam. It's got like a blue in the middle of the foam. The foam. It's got like a white piece at the top and bottom, and in the middle, I take it it's a denser foam, and it's a blue piece in the middle. But it just looks so different than what the company, what the sofa came with foam. It looks completely different, and it's supporting. My wife has not got no backache, no pains. It's just lovely. It's just great. Doesn't as I say, doesn't dip at all. So it's lovely at the minute, and as I say, we're just waiting for the new covers, and we'll be happy bunnies.
Lovely. Well, look, I tell you what I'm going to do.
Must be my wife. You did put the seed of doubt into, should we have got our money back? But I think now we're both happy with our new sofas.
Do you remember Sam? Sam was telling me her mum is 87 and is in quite poor health. She's lived in her property for 50 years, which is privately owned, and her garden, which is quite large, has become overgrown. And the council have been in touch with her to tell her she's got to clear it up.
The local council have threatened her with an ASBO if she doesn't clear the undergrowth on her property by the 3rd of June. Despite me explaining several times that she's visually impaired and she can't read the letters they're sending her, they're ignoring her disabilities. And they've even taped these letters to the front door, referring to her house as the premises. So I've pointed out to them it's not a kebab shop, it is an elderly lady's home. Their current objection is that the undergrowth on her land can harbour pests such as rats. And we've had several pest treatments, and we've been given no evidence to kind of back up that that's the case. To make things worse, because the back garden in particular looks unloved, neighbours have fly-tipped from renovations and things, so the council are unhappy about that and want her to remove that waste. Wouldn't it be more reasonable to work with us on a plan that's achievable rather than say we're going to give you an ASBO?
Well, Sam says the local authorities seem to be ignoring her mum's welfare in the way they're dealing with all of this. She says they're being unreasonable with the timescale that they've put to her, although she does accept that neighbours may well have been complaining about the state of the garden for potentially 10 years. But what's the local authority had to say? I've been off to have a word with them, and Sam's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sam.
Morning, Jonathan.
Hi, Sam. So, as you'll recall from our last conversation, I was keen to know how long this had been going on for, and you did mention that it was potentially a couple of years, really. And I put to you, I said, well, why in the last couple of years has nothing been done to clear the garden? And you said, well, because it's a big job. And you said that you have done some work in the front garden. But the job that is now required in the back garden is it's too big to be done in the time frame that is available.
Yeah.
So I was very keen to find out from the council what their side of the story was. And they've come back with a response. They are Welwyn Hatfield Council, and they've come back with this. They say, we have received many complaints from neighbours dating back to 2016, largely concerning rats from a large accumulation of waste in Sam's mum's garden. Since then, we have made every effort and attempt possible to engage with Sam's mum and her family to tackle the build-up, including help with the clearance, rat baiting, and assistance to resolve any underlying issues. We are concerned for Sam's mum's welfare, but sadly our every offer of support has been turned down. With all options exhausted, and with unresolved concerns for the health and safety of Sam's mum and those living nearby, we wrote to explain that enforcement action was a necessary last resort. We sent this letter in December 2019, but despite follow-ups by officers and allowances made for the pandemic, we have seen no signs of improvement. The council has a duty to tackle rat infestations, and Sam's mum has had 14 months to carry out the necessary works. This second letter gives Sam's mum additional time for this work to be carried out before the council will have no choice but to serve notice. Our door, as always, remains open should Sam's mum and family have any questions or need to discuss the situation further. So that's how they've responded. How does that sit with you, Sam?
I'm sorry, Jonathan, it's completely untrue. The only thing that they've said that's true in that statement is that neighbours have been, mum's got a lot of animosity with her neighbours, and there has been complaints, and, I don't know how founded the complaints are. They're not happy with the garden, but we've had various treatments and there's been no evidence of rats. But my main concern is, in what you've just read out, is I've been begging them for support and nothing has been forthcoming. I email them every week and have said, is there help with clearing things? Is there any other support? I spoke to the same local authority yesterday, a different department, who agree with me that mum needs support in sorting these problems out rather than having criminal action taken against her or, using laws.
Yeah, but there does come a point where, and I absolutely agree with everything you've just said, but there does come a point where if you have offered all the help that the council say they've offered, I know you dispute that, but there does come a point where the council has a responsibility to look out for everyone in that neighbourhood.
Sure.
Am I right in saying that your mum has a lot of stuff?
There's a shed in the garden which has been knocked over by a neighbour, and that's actually, at the moment, the police are involved. There's some fly tipping at the end of the garden, and the rest is just overgrown. There's not a lot of stuff. There's nothing in the house. So in the
house, there's not a lot of stuff in the house?
There's not a lot of stuff lying around, these two piles of stuff that they're concerned about. But what I dispute, they haven't offered any support. This is completely untrue what they've said, because I'm ringing people every day asking for support. I wouldn't have come to you and aired it publicly if I had support. So what they're saying in their statement is completely opposite to what is happening. I agree there's a problem. I agree it needs sorting. But that's completely untrue. Not 1 ounce of support or suggestion or solutions have been offered at all.
Okay. So the council have said they have offered lots of support. You're saying they haven't.
Zero support. I've not been offered any. All we've had is threatening letters. I've got a relationship with the team dealing with it. I email them all the time. I tell them dates of things that are happening, what's happening. I've asked them if we can break down the work in a more reasonable time frame so that we can achieve it. They've not responded. The the assertion that they've helped at all is completely untrue.
So tell me what since 2016, what has been done?
Well, we're maintaining the front garden, and lots of trees have been cut back to provide more light, which was a concern. Up until the letter in the pandemic, they weren't saying any of the things they're saying now. This is new stuff. Before it was about the trees being overgrown.
Hang on a second. So hang on. Let's keep it straightforward and simple. Yeah. So since 2016, you've done the front garden. The front garden is nice and clear and tidy. Yeah.
It's fine. It's still kind of bushy, but it's fine. There's nothing kind of left there that they could be upset about, and the trees are cut back, and we spent a lot of money on that. So we're moving on to the back garden now.
Who organised that?
Well, Mum had a recommendation through a friend of a gardener that she knew, and Mum actually organised the gardener, and me and my brother organised the trees.
So the gardener and the tree work was done by you as a family?
Yeah, sure.
When they then wrote to your mum in 2019 and said that there was more work that needed doing, what's been done since 2019?
To the back garden, only one piece of work. It's been cleared because it's very overgrown, so it's actually been cleared, so there's a clear kind of pathway down the garden. The actual shed, which is what the neighbours complained about, is still there, and in fact they've pushed over the shed, and now it is a big pile of rubbish, which is what the council's upset about.
So why since 2019 hasn't the rest of the work been done?
Well, as I've said, Mum, we've been in a pandemic. Mum's nearly 90. She's having hospital treatment a couple of times a week. I'm working full-time. I've got a young family. And we've only got so much time to get things organised. So I'm asking them for the time to say, well, now we're working on the back garden. What's a reasonable time frame for that? We'll get people in to do it. But just say, do the lot within a couple of weeks. They're setting her up to fail. There's no way she can do that.
But they say that they wrote to her 14 months ago. That was the first mention of the enforcement action, which would suggest that previously there'd been a lot of dialogue before they got to the threat of enforcement action. So since enforcement action was on the table, which is a very serious thing, 14 months have passed and nothing's been done to the back garden.
Well, like I say, we've been in a pandemic. We have done stuff. It's been cleared so you can access it. The problem with the shed still remains. Neighbours have pushed over the shed or done something to it. It is a big pile of stuff now, and Mum's unhappy about that. So that needs to be resolved. The fly tipping's still there. She's unhappy about that. I've asked them for help. They're saying, how can we stop people fly tipping? Again, no suggestions, no support, no help. So it's a complex situation. If you put it in simple terms.
What do you need? I mean, you mentioned earlier that you felt the council weren't supporting you. What support could the council provide to you and your family now to try and help?
Well, any recommendations of, any organisations or any contractors that could help with this kind of project for a pensioner?
But I thought you knew. I thought you knew of contractors because you'd used them for the front garden.
Well, the gentleman that was in the front garden's kind of semi-retired, and the back garden's too much of a project for him. He'll be able to maintain the front. We need a separate contractor. It's quite extensive.
So you need a contractor who's able to come in and do the back garden.
Yeah.
So a recommendation there. Okay. Yeah. What else could they do to assist?
I just need them to actually have a dialogue with me about, how much time it would take to do that, exactly what they're expecting it to look like at the end of it.
They're unlikely, though, to grant you very much more time, because if they're saying, look, already it's been 14 months since we wrote the letter, making it clear that we would use enforcement action if necessary, we've now written another letter giving another couple of weeks. How much more time needs to be given?
But the thing is, Jonathan, that if they're writing a letter she can't read and there's no one there to help her read them, that takes, the last letter, it took me a week to get down there to open the letter and look at it. Then I'm going back home and trying to work on it separately. She can't communicate very well on the phone because she's hard of hearing. So I need them to work at a time frame that's achievable for her so that she knows what's going on and she knows the work we're commissioning. She understands who's going to be on her property, and it's in with, in line with what the council.
But why don't you just ask them to email you a copy of the letter they've sent your mum so that you're able to be brought up to speed immediately?
Well, I was. They were, but all of a sudden they've changed this approach, and they haven't been talking to me. This most recent demand went straight to Mum. They took it to the house, which is not helpful because she doesn't understand.
And being honest about it, when they talk to you, do they get action?
Yes, but not as quick as they want, obviously, because I'm trying to work with a pensioner who's in a different county, and, you know, it hasn't had our full attention in the pandemic. I'll appreciate that. She's been sick, which has been more of a priority, and I won't make no bones about that. And keeping everyone safe and keeping everyone well has been a priority. But there has been work that's gone on in the pandemic, and everything was going well, and all of a sudden they've changed. There was no consultation, no discussion, no contact with me. They've taken a letter to her house, given her a letter that's in small print that she can't read, with a deadline that she can't achieve. And I think in the eyes of the law, that's unreasonable. They need to actually open a dialogue and agree how this is going to be resolved.
Okay. So, because I'm just looking at this in terms of how I can try and assist. So, first of all, you want the council to recommend a contractor who is able to come in and blitz that back garden.
If they can help us finding one, that'd be great. Because, you know, sometimes you have local schemes. I don't know the area very well. So if there's people they know and trust that are good with working with pensioners, that kind of mum's happy to have there, if they can help point us in any directions about support for older people that can't manage their property, things like that, that would be great. Because at this point, I've spoken to them yesterday, a different part of the local authority, and they completely agreed with we need to all kind of rally round and actually support Mum rather than send threatening letters. So that would be wonderful if you can help.
So a recommendation to blitz the back garden. You want copies of the letters emailed to you so you can be kept in the loop?
Yeah, that would help with time because I can see it straight away and act straight away.
Okay. And what in terms of if I'm going and asking the council for this from them, what can you give me an idea of what you consider to be a reasonable time frame then to get the garden cleared?
Well, I've booked some time next week to go down there and dedicate some time to it. So the 4th and the 5th I've got booked to go down there. So if we can get anyone that quickly to come and help, that would be wonderful.
But
if not...
From what you're telling me, this is going to be more than 2 days' work.
Maybe, but me being there and on site to meet people would help the move things. If people need to go and actually look and assess it themselves before they actually give a quote, I could do that. And then obviously I have to work within the contractor's timescale. So if they say we can do it in a couple of weeks, then I would need that extension.
Okay. So if when can you give the council an assurance the garden will be adequately cleared by?
When I've spoken to someone that can help us do it, we can do some as a family, but we're limited in, I don't think we can tackle it all quickly. So I need I need people to help.
What are we saying? Are we saying within a month? Within 2 months?
Yeah, well, a month's fine, yeah.
Within 1 month. So by the end of June?
Yeah, that's more reasonable.
Okay. Well, that gives me something to work with. So let me go and speak to the council. I'm quite sure they'll be listening to this programme anyway. Let me put to them what you're looking for in terms of people who can actually come in and do the job. Can they help with that and put you in the right direction? And in return, you will give them an assurance that garden will be cleared by the end of June.
Yeah, but as long as the contractors can help us and we can get someone on board to help do some of the work. We can do some of it, but I do need help.
Yeah, all right. It sounds like it. I mean, it sounds like a mammoth job. So, I asked if I could see any photos. I still haven't got any photos of the garden. So it's still, obviously, you understand from my perspective, it's still quite difficult for me to ascertain exactly how bad it is.
I've got some photos on Sunday, Jonathan. I can send them to you.
Oh, please. Yes, I'd really like that. If you could, that would be very, very useful, just so I can see what kind of situation we're looking at, really. Okay, well, look, that seems fine. The council, it sounds from their response, they are open to the idea of being reasonable on this. You know, the fact they say our door, as always, remains open, and should the family have any questions or need to discuss the situation further, they're happy to have those conversations. So let me just go back to them. Let's put this on the table, see if extending it to the end of June is going to work. Fingers crossed it will. and then let's just hope that everything can be resolved in time so that your mum doesn't have to worry about it.
Thanks, Jonathan.
OK, leave it with me. Let me go back to them and I'll have a conversation with you very soon.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, Jonathan. Good
Hello,
morning.
Leah. It's your big moment. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so I'm phoning on behalf of my daughter. Now, on the 2nd of January this year, she bought a new bed. The bed was delivered on the 27th of March. Because of the COVID regulations, they couldn't come in and install the bed, so it was just delivered and it had to be built themselves. When the bed was built, there were screws missing from it, and it wasn't as it should have been in the directions that they gave. Now, my son's an engineer, and he went over to help build the bed, so we know that it was built correctly. We found out that there was some screws missing from the bed. So she got in touch with the company, and after quite a few emails and trying to get hold of them, she eventually got the screws that were missing from the bed about 4 or 5 weeks later. When she was putting the screws in, they found out that the holes where the screws were meant to go, they didn't align up 100%, so they had to be like pushing the frame around to get the screws fitted in. So once again,
I presume she hadn't been sleeping on the bed then in those 5 weeks until she was able to properly construct it.
No, because they had to put the mattress on the living room floor to begin with because they didn't have the screws to put in the bed.
Yeah.
So they've got the screws anyway. They've managed to get the screws in, but it still wasn't how they would have thought it would have been. So it's one of these gas-filled ottoman beds, so you have to lift the base up.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. A gas-filled ottoman bed?
Ottoman bed, yes. So it's got the storage underneath the bed.
I see. So you lift the whole mattress from the bottom and the whole thing lifts up on hinges and there's storage underneath it?
Yes. Yes.
And why is it gas-filled?
Because of the arms that's in it, it's gas-filled, so it's supposed to be easier to lift up and down.
I see. You mean like the kind of arms you would get, for example, on the boot of a car?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. OK. So how much was this bed?
She paid altogether £2,000 for the bed, and then she had to choose, obviously the mattress. So it wasn't sold as a divan. It was like the frame of the bed, and then she had to choose a mattress to go with it.
From the same retailer?
Yes.
OK. And £2,000 was the total for the bed and the mattress?
Yes, that's correct.
And, OK, and how big is the bed?
It's a king size, 5 foot.
5 foot, OK. Right. So what's the problem now?
So she's put the mattress on the bed, and when you raise the bed, it's like tipping on one side. So the hinges doesn't seem to be like holding everything up properly. And then when you put the mattress down, when you pull the whole thing down and she's sleeping on it, because now they've put all the screws in, the whole mattress is dipping in the middle.
Well, I'm looking at a photo that you've sent me, and I mean, sure enough, it does. The mattress you can see very clearly is completely sinking in the middle. But is there a fundamental part of the support underneath that mattress that is missing?
No, everything's on there. That's why we had to order the screws. So the screws have been put in now, but the mattress is still dipping in the middle.
But there's no way she was sleeping on that bed before the screws arrived that might have caused some kind of, because it wasn't supported properly, some kind of lasting damage, is there?
No, because it was impossible to sleep on it, because when they put the mattress on, because first of all they thought, oh, well, perhaps that's how it's meant to be, but they could see straight away from when they put the mattress on that, like, things were collapsing underneath, and so that's when they were getting in touch.
And there's no way that in the process of testing that out, they've ended up damaging the bed?
No, because the mattress was put on there, and they could see that, like, it wasn't, like, really sustained very well in the middle. So there and then the mattress was taken off, and it was, like, leaning up in the bedroom, and that's when they tried to get in touch with the company. Okay. So it meant they had to keep the mattress downstairs, because they got rid of they had to, like, dispose of their old bed before the new bed came.
So what's the company had to say about this problem with the bed?
Well, first of all, they were offered £50 compensation, which my daughter wasn't told about that when she spoke to the company. It was just somebody from customer service that she managed to get hold of, and he was just going through the notes, and he said to her, well, you've been given £50 compensation. So she said, well, I don't know anything about that. Plus, what are they saying? £50 compensation when I've spent X amount of thousands of pounds on my bed? Are they saying that they're just giving me £50 and then that's going to be the end of it?
But I mean, this has got nothing to do with compensation. I mean, this is about a faulty bed that needs to be repaired or replaced.
Exactly. So what's happened, they eventually got in touch with her about 3 weeks after she got the screws and everything, and she's still saying to them that there's still a problem because the bed is still dipping with the mattress on it. So eventually, only recently, probably about 3 weeks ago, probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, they've said to her that they know that there is a fault on the bed because she sent the photographs and everything, and they're going to be replacing the bed, which is going to take another 3 months to arrive. So she said, and what about the mattress? Because now the mattress is, like, damaged as well. You know, there's, like, a sink in it. She said, and what we've had to do is, like, have the mattress downstairs on the living room floor. And to be honest, I'm not spending X amount of thousands of pounds on a bed where I've got to sleep on the floor with the mattress, where we can see that the mattress could cause issues even when the new bed comes. So they said they're not prepared to replace the mattress as well.
But is the mattress...
there isn't a fault.
Well, that's what I need to understand. Is the mattress faulty? Or in fact, if you were to put that mattress on a perfectly normally functioning bed frame, would the mattress be absolutely perfect?
I don't... I suppose if it was straight away, it probably would. But, like, we don't know.
But I presume she's not. But I presume she's not trying to sleep on the bed now.
No, they're not trying to sleep on the bed, because when the mattress was on the bed to begin with, they can see that there is this sort of, like, dip in the bed. So it'd be ridiculous trying to use it.
So
but what she doesn't want to save time is to end up waiting for a new bed, and then where the mattress was dipping in the middle, it's going to be the same problem on the new bed, and then she's going to have to wait for a new mattress.
But okay, I mean, first of all, let me just lay my cards out on the table based on what I'm hearing for the first time today. It's completely unacceptable to leave your daughter in this situation for more time. I mean, this is ridiculous that this has gone on so long. So I'm more than happy to go and speak to this company and ask them what on earth they are playing at in terms of expecting your daughter to have to wait even longer for a replacement bed frame. And if they are going to expect her to wait all this time for a replacement bed frame, they're going to have to, as far as I'm concerned, give her a loan bed frame that she can have to use the bed properly, to use the mattress properly, until the actual bed frame arrives, or give her the choice of selecting something else that they have in stock. Where I have a slight question mark is if the mattress at the moment is not faulty, then if they were to replace the bed frame, this week, then why would they need to replace the mattress as well?
Because another conversation I had with my daughter as well, because I asked her the same thing. Well, if there's nothing wrong with the mattress, she said, Mum, I didn't spend this amount of money to have to put a brand new mattress on the floor to sleep on. It's sort of like...
Does your daughter want to talk to me? Would your daughter like to... Because I can hear her saying, Mum, as if you're...
Okay, let me put her on the phone.
She wants to step in.
She didn't want to talk in the
don't
first
worry.
place because she didn't want to mention the company name. But, she knows that she mustn't. Hold on one moment.
Okay.
Hello.
Sorry, I don't know your name.
Jonathan. I'm Rachel.
Hello, Rachel. Right, so the question I was asking, for me, the crux of this, if the mattress is not faulty, if the mattress is okay... If I were to speak to the company and were to be able to get them to hurry up and deliver either a brand new bed frame that is not broken, or to give you a loan one, or to give you a choice of something else that you could select, if that mattress will be absolutely fine on that new bed, why do you need a new mattress?
Because I didn't spend so much money on a mattress to sleep on the floor with it for 6 months before a bed come. I know my house, I'm not saying my house is dirty, but it's a brand new mattress to go in my brand new bed, and it's been living on the floor. That's just the... and I'll tell you, there's a bit behind this as well. My previous bed I bought from this company, and there was an issue with it. And because of the issue of the bed, and it took so long for the bed to come again, the manager at the time issued me a new mattress at the same time, because he said, look, the mattress is going to be like this. It's not made to be like this. It's made to be straight on the bed, and it hasn't been. So as a gesture of goodwill, we will do this. Okay. And that's why he did it. So as well as just offering me £50 compensation, when in all of it for 6 months, they're telling me that I have to wait, I don't think it's not good enough. And if I'm requesting a new mattress, because my brand new mattress that I just spent £1,000 on has been on my floor, I feel that's fair enough. And I said, if you can't do that, just come and take back the mattress then. And then, again, they haven't contacted me back about the mattress.
Okay.
So,
well, what I'm more than happy to do is to go and have a word with the retailer, explain the situation. I will make it very clear that based on what you and your mum have told me today, it sounds as if they've let you down very badly. Yeah. Obviously, I'll give them an opportunity to give their side of the story, but based on what you're telling me today, it sounds like they've let you down very badly. And what I will do is...
I'd like to say quickly, if I can't get a new mattress, I don't want nothing to do with the company. I want them to come and collect the bed as well, and I'll go somewhere else and take my money somewhere else. That's just the deal of it all, because, they're not even replying to me at all, so... I would have stated that, but...
Did you purchase the bed and the mattress together?
Yes, I did. They're on the same invoice.
Right.
But they're separately. They didn't come together as sense.
No.
Mattress. I could have picked any mattress.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's just whether or not the company could argue that the bed and the mattress were sold separately. They accept the bed is faulty. They don't accept the mattress is faulty. Therefore, from a contractual perspective, they may well be within their rights to refund you for the bed, but not for the mattress, because they may well argue they may well argue that the contract hasn't been broken in terms of selling you faulty goods where it comes to the mattress. I, of course, will argue to them that that's not really the point, and it was very clear you were buying the two items together. And they were to go together, and it's not your fault that they sold you a bed frame. That sounds, from what your mum was telling me, as if the whole thing has come without the adequate screws to put it all together. And even when you have put the screws in, it still doesn't fit together properly, and it all sounds a bit of a mess.
It definitely is.
let me go and have a word. Let's see what we can find out. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail.
Hello.
And I promise you I will contact this company for you this afternoon and see what I can find out, OK? Now, Madhu has been paying for electrical appliance cover for all the items in his kitchen for the last 10 years. He's been paying £8.75 a month. When he finally came to use this policy, he said he hadn't had a very good experience involving the replacement for his old microwave. He said that the microwave they were planning on offering him was much too small. You see, this is an integrated microwave. Well, I promised him that I would go off and have a word with the company and try and find out what was going on, and indeed I have done just that. And as regular listeners who've been following this story with great interest will know, the company concerned was Domestic and General. Domestic and General came to me and said, "We apologise for the inconvenience experienced by one of our customers. Unfortunately, we had an incorrect model number for the customer's appliance, which had caused the issue. We have now amended this detail on our system, and we've informed the customer that we will replace their microwave with the correct one. We're currently working with the customer to resolve the issue as quickly as possible." The problem that Domestic and General, and to be honest, we've all had over this, is that this microwave, being an integrated microwave that was installed as part of his kitchen 10 years ago, is not exactly straightforward to source a replacement for. Well, Madhu's back on the JVS show. Hello, Madhu.
Hello, JVS.
Hello, Madhu. Now, the microwave needs to go into a slot in your fitted kitchen.
Correct.
That means it's more complicated than, for example, most of us. I mean, my microwave sits on the kitchen worktop. So, to be honest, it's only down to aesthetics in terms of how big or small it is. I wouldn't particularly want a great big, chunky, bulky one, but if I needed to have one, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But, of course, for you, a great big, chunky, bulky one won't fit in the hole.
No.
You and I, we have gone through some retailers' websites and had a look at various different microwaves that are the right size for the hole. Slight complication, the replacements that fit are considerably more expensive than your original microwave. I think your original microwave was about 150 quid, isn't that right?
Correct.
The cheapest replacements we could find were about 500 or more.
Yes.
So there's a big difference. Now, I know that you've continued to have conversations with Domestic and General, and they've been very good in terms of agreeing to make a payment to you, and you will then source your own microwave. What's the latest, Maddie? Bring us all up to speed.
Okay, so what Domestic and General have now done is that I found a microwave which isn't an integrated one, but more or less fits into the space where my existing microwave was. And they say to me that they can't source it for me, but what they're prepared to do is that they're prepared to give me a cash settlement for the microwave and a little bit extra to dispose of it and have it fitted in if I need to. And so overall, they've actually sent me £519.95, which is more than, covers the cost of any microwave that I'll have. And so I've now gone and placed an order for a freestanding one because I think it's virtually impossible to get an integrated one in the dimensions that I've got.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm very happy with that now.
And have you checked with the retailer that you're purchasing the freestanding one from, that in terms of ventilation and safety, it's perfectly okay to house it in a fitted kitchen?
It is, because it's not going to be completely enclosed. There is space at the back, for ventilation and everything.
Yeah.
So I spoke to them and they said, no, that's fine. That shouldn't be a problem at all.
Right, okay. And have you actually got the money yet?
The money is yes, I have got the money. I've placed the order for the microwave, and I'm hoping to get it within the next 4 or 5 days, kind of thing. So
right, fantastic.
It should come.
Now, you were telling me when you were on the programme originally that one of the reasons you need this microwave so desperately is that am I right in saying your elderly mother lives with you?
Correct, yes. So she lives with me, and she needs her food reheated, for lunch times when the carers come to look after her and things like that. So at the moment, a neighbor has offered us their microwave, a spare one. It's only a basic one, but that's all she needs it for. Is just heat it up. Yeah. And so for the time being, we are all okay, and we are hoping once the microwave is delivered, we'll all be happy-go-lucky in that sense.
Well, and I'm sure if it's an expensive microwave, I'm not quite sure what an expensive microwave does. I've never had an expensive microwave. My microwaves are always quite cheap, and to be honest, they go on and on and on and on.
I know. And like I said, we've had this for over 10 years and never had any problems at all. Oh. So, it's just unfortunate. And, with age, it's bound to fail at some point. But it's just something to keep in mind when you have an integrated one that, if something like this happens, then it can become a difficult situation.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Madhu, listen, I will thank Domestic and General very much indeed, and I'll give them the horn. And when you've got your new microwave, send me a photo. I'd like to see what you end up getting.
I will. Thank you very much for your help and your team. And I don't think this would have been resolved without your intervention. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart.
It's an absolute pleasure to help you, Madhu, and a massive thank you to Domestic and General. Brenda came to me. She was telling me that she's partially sighted and was moving into a property more suitable for her. Her daughter organised the move on the day. She organised the removals firm, and Brenda paid them £1,200 to come and pack up and relocate all of her belongings.
It was an easy move for them because they're all fitted wardrobes here, so didn't have to bring any of that sort of thing. It was quite a small van that came. But the mess they left, I mean, I was in a terrible state because obviously you exchange the contracts and it's completed. So I had to be out by a certain time. So then I rang the estate agent to explain what had happened. And he said, just a minute, I'll see what we can do, because he'd literally just a walk down from where I lived. So I went and he said, don't worry, I'll get this. So he got a removal company in. And I said, but the place is such a mess. So they came in with their mask and they cleaned up and then they took everything over here. It was absolutely awful. I mean, I actually feel shaky now thinking about it.
Well, Brenda said that she then had to get another removals company at the very last minute to come and help her move the rest of her stuff to the new property. When she got to the new property, the original removals company charged her a late fee because of the delay. Well, Brenda said that the whole thing has ended up costing her £406, which actually, when you think about it, when you think about the fact that another removals company had to come on the day at last minute, she only had to pay them £240, which actually, in the grand scheme of things, I was quite surprised was so low. But she, quite understandably, does not feel that she should be out of pocket at all. I've been speaking to the company that she had hired to move her on the day. Let's find out what the latest is, because Brenda's back on the JVS show. Hello, Brenda.
Oh, good afternoon, Jonathan.
Now, I should just point out, you when you first appeared on the programme, you talked about this company being a very well-known, big, reputable removals company.
Yeah.
And there were all kinds of companies that would be in my mind when I think of big, well-known, reputable removals companies. I'd never heard of this company that you'd used. The company that you used was Anyvan.com.
Yes.
Now, Anyvan.com, just out of interest, I was wondering how your daughter had come across them. And I don't know, did she find them on the internet?
Yes, she did.
And did she do a Google search for them?
Well, I'm not sure, to be honest. She said, afterwards she said they got really, really bad reviews, but that was afterwards.
Well, I don't know about... I'm not going to make any comment on reviews.
Sorry.
What I'm going to say to you is that I was just interested to know how your daughter had come across them. And I tried a couple of things, just out of interest. I tried typing in removals company and then the name of your village where you live.
Yeah.
When I put removals company and your village, it did not come up with this company. It came up with all the usual companies you would expect, well-known firms in the local area that we've all seen their trucks and their vehicles moving people. When I put cheap removals in your village, this company came up as the number one suggestion.
Right.
Now, I'm only just pointing that out because I was just intrigued to know how your daughter had come across them. The company Anyvan.com, as you know, when I went to speak to them, they said, "We're sorry to learn about Brenda's recent experience moving. As a company which has moved millions of people across the UK over the years, we want it to be easy and affordable for customers to move home. On this rare occasion, it hasn't happened. However, there are some clarifications we hope will give this context. One member of the removals team didn't wear a mask due to being asthmatic and exempt under government guidelines. While we did let the customer know ahead of the team arriving, we will review how we communicate this as clearly as possible to customers in the future. However, our understanding is that all other team members were wearing a mask as per our safety guidelines." Now, I know that you completely dispute that. You said, Brenda, that none of them were wearing a mask.
No, they weren't.
And you certainly weren't informed beforehand of the fact that one of the team members was not going to be wearing a mask. I have asked Anyvan.com to provide some evidence that they did indeed inform you of that. They have not provided me with any evidence to back up their claim that they had made you aware of that before he turned up.
Mm-hmm.
They go on to say, ahead of moving, we ask customers to list all items for removal, as well as accurately estimate the number of boxes to be packed and moved, which is important, as it then tells us the size of the van required and what our removal and transportation insurance should cover. Unfortunately, this means that the team, the items that hadn't been listed for this move were not covered by our insurance, something which protects both us and our customers should anything be damaged in transit, which meant we were unable to take them without additional charge. The size of a van used for removal matched the estimate of the number of boxes given at the booking. Again, this unfortunately meant that additional items were unable to be packed and delivered to the new home. We know that moving home can be stressful for anyone, so as a goodwill gesture, we would like to credit Brenda the £166 for the additional waiting time incurred during the move, and we wish her all the best in her new home. Now, let's just come back to the point. They say, in effect, you didn't tell them how much stuff you had. So when they turned up on the day, their van was too small, and they didn't have enough boxes, and they weren't insured to move the rest of the stuff. You say that's absolutely not the case. You say you listed absolutely everything on the telephone when you had a conversation with them. Again, I have asked Anyvan.com if they have any kind of proof, because I presume they would have taken an inventory or something so that it was very clear what they were expected to take. And they haven't provided that evidence, nor have they provided any evidence in the form of a recording of the telephone conversation where, if they're correct in what they're saying, you would have been very vague about what was in the house. All I can say to everybody listening to the programme is I've given Anyvan.com the opportunity to provide that evidence to back up the claim. They haven't provided the evidence. Now, after our last conversation, you were saying to me that on the day, the guys with the boxes, they were putting about 5 books into each box, so hardly putting anything in the boxes. And then you said they were throwing the rest of the stuff all over the floor as if you'd been burgled.
Yes, absolutely.
Treating your possessions with complete disregard and leaving you in a right old pickle.
Yes.
And you said, obviously you made that claim. Again, I've gone back to Anyvan.com and I have put that to them. Again, they have failed to come back with anything to counter that claim that you have made. Yeah. What I've also done is I've spoken to the estate agent that helped you on the day.
Yes.
Had a nice guy with him. In fact, he was so nice, he seemed to defy the usual stereotype for estate agents.
No, he isn't, is he?
He said he was very nervous when you first told him that the company that you'd chosen to move you was coming on the day to pack up. He said that's not normal. He said normally when you pay a company to move you, they normally come the day before to do all the packing up. So he said he was worried, and he made you aware of the fact that he was worried about the way that this was going to work. But he said you assured him on the day that you were very happy with the company that your daughter had chosen, and you felt confident that it would all be okay.
We'd already paid the money up front before, so I couldn't have changed it anyway.
Right. He said that the next thing he knew, you arrived in his office in floods of tears, extremely distressed, on the day of the move.
Yes.
And he said that you didn't know what to do. You told him that the removals company had just left your property with half of your stuff still in it, and you weren't sure what on earth to do. You were completely on your own. He said you're a lovely lady. He said you're visually impaired, and he said I just felt desperately sorry for Brenda. And he said I obviously wanted to try and help her. So he said I went straight on some local social media.
Yes.
And put a plea out there. I said, can anyone help? I've got someone who's moving today. The removals company have only moved half of her stuff. They've left her in her original house with all the rest of the stuff. And he said, we were just so lucky. He said we had a comment fairly quickly from another removals company who said they'd just finished a job in the area. They'd got guys and a van available, and they came straight round there. Yeah. And he said they were brilliant. They helped you out enormously. Yeah. Now, he said that because he was so worried about you, he said he called his wife. They grabbed the vacuum cleaner from the office, and he and his wife came round to your house to help.
Yes, they did.
And he said when he arrived in your house, it was extremely untidy. He said there was stuff absolutely everywhere. He said that the original removals company, Anyvan.com, he said they'd left a lot of things. Now, he said he obviously didn't see how the removals men treated your possessions.
No.
But he did say that when he'd been to your property previously, he said it was extremely tidy.
Yeah, I'm a bit OCD. Yeah.
Well, he said that it was always very, very tidy, and he was shocked at how there was just stuff everywhere, all over the house.
That's right.
He said that he and his wife, they helped vacuuming and cleaning and trying to assist you on the day. The other removals company, thankfully, were brilliant and packed all the rest of your stuff up. And they got you round to the new property and got the situation sorted on the day.
Yes.
Now, I went to Anyvan.com and put all of this information from the estate agent to them.
Yes.
And gave them a further an opportunity to respond, to provide something for the programme, to reassure people listening to this programme, anybody that might be about to move house, who considers using Anyvan.com. They have said they do not have anything further to add to this story.
Right. Okay. Doesn't surprise me.
So, I'm really sorry, but it would appear they are not interested in providing any further clarification or addressing any of the new points. They don't seem to want to address the fact that, according to both you and the estate agent, your property had been left in a terrible state on the day, very untidy, stuff everywhere. They don't want to address that. The other point that I put to them was, even if what they had said is correct, and I should point out, they have not provided any evidence to back up their claim that you didn't tell them everything in your house. They have not provided any evidence. I'm very open to receiving that evidence, but at the moment they haven't sent any evidence to back up that claim. But even if we work on the basis that you had been vague with what was in your house, even if we work on the basis that what they've said is right, that when they turned up on the day, they looked at how much stuff you'd got and they thought, oh, this van's too small for that, we can't get everything in there. What kind of company, when moving a visually impaired woman who's on her own, would simply say, oh, well, we've got everything in the van now, we're off to the new place, and leave you in that predicament? Surely what they would have done, what any reasonable company would have done, would have been to say to you right from the start, Brenda, we are very concerned. You haven't told us everything you've got in your house, and the van is not big enough. We're going to have to get one of our other vans to come and help us with this, because we haven't got enough room to get all of your stuff to your new property. At any point, did they suggest that they were going to have to do that?
No. When they came in, one of the men had this whatever you call it, like tick sheet. He went round, he ticked it, he said, that's fine, yep. I said, what are you doing? He said, just to prove you've told us everything. And he ticked it all off, no problem. He ticked everything off.
So at no point did they ever say, we're not going to get all of this in the van, we're going to have to ask for help?
No. But obviously a bit later on they said, we won't be able to take all this, we're ready to go now.
But what did he... So Anyvan.com seriously expected to just leave,
yes,
according to the estate agent who's backed up your version of events, stuff everywhere, all over your house.
Mm-hmm. It's so unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, I tell you what is really unbelievable. That when given the opportunity to respond to this and to provide evidence to back up the claim, they do not wish to make any further comment. I'll tell you what else is unbelievable. They have said they will refund you the £166 that they charged you extra on the day because you were late arriving to your new property, because they'd left you standing in your previous property with half of your possessions that they weren't prepared to move on the day because they said the van wasn't big enough and that you hadn't told them about. They have suggested they're doing that as a goodwill gesture.
I know.
And they won't even refund you the additional £240 that you then had to pay, which I think is amazingly cheap for that other removals company to come and help you out on the day. They only charged you £240. And Anyvan.com, it would appear, are not prepared to refund you that extra £240 that you incurred on the day.
No.
Well, there we go.
There we go. Anyway.
I'm very grateful to you for coming to the programme. My door is always open if Anyvan.com would like to provide a further response to any of this. On the face of it, it feels as if you've been very badly let down on a very stressful day on your move.
Yes.
And when given the opportunity to make amends, Anyvan.com have not done so. All they've really done is try and present not charging you the £166 extra as a goodwill gesture. I think you've been very lucky. You've been lucky that the estate agent helped you on the day.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And you've been very lucky with that other removals company that came and helped you.
Yes.
And as a word of warning to other people listening to the programme, this is how Anyvan.com treated Brenda on the day of her move. Brenda, if I hear any more from them, I will of course be back in touch, but otherwise I'm sorry that I cannot do any more. No. Have you at least received the £166 they offered you originally?
I think so. Leanne said that they'd credited your account.
By £166?
Yeah, I think it was 68, but there you go, that's splitting hairs.
Okay, all right.
Yep. Oh, thank you so much. Anyway, it's out there now. This is what I wanted, really.
Well, I'm just appalled, really, that you were treated this way on that day, and I'm appalled that, having been given the opportunity to respond to very serious allegations for a removals company, I'm appalled that they haven't come back with anything particularly meaningful over and above their initial statement, which they then haven't backed up with any evidence.
No, that proves it. There you go.
Brenda, we must leave it there. But all the very best to you. And I know it was very stressful on the day.
Yeah.
But are you at least happy and settled in your new place?
I am. I have a beautiful bungalow in Leighton Buzzard, and I'm in the conservatory now. It's absolutely lovely. It's a very good move.
Good.
Very happy, thank you.
Well, let's hope that you can at some point draw a line under what happened on the day and
move on now.
Exactly, yeah.
Anyway,
Okay.
it's out there. Thank you so much for putting it on the radio, because I feel like now I've done what I should, because it might stop it happening to somebody else.
Well, everyone will certainly be aware of how this company appear to have treated you on the day, and the fact that they have not provided any further clarification or evidence to back up their original claims. Brenda, thank you very much indeed. Any other problems, you know where we are.
Hiya.
Hello, Emma. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, my partner was on search for an electric scooter, just because his boss owns a farm and they sort of go up at the weekends and sort of have a little run around on them. So my partner was interested in obviously purchasing one. He come across a retailer online, purchased the scooter, paid for next day delivery. When the scooter turned up and my partner was putting it together, he realised that on the bottom board there was a rounded screw already. Thought nothing of it, sort of just carried on putting things together, the handlebars and so on. After probably no more than, I'd say, a week of having the scooter itself, my partner took it up to the field with his boss.
Can you ride them on fields then?
Only on private land.
Yeah, no, I know you can only ride them on private land, but you can ride them across a field?
Yeah, his is sort of like on-road and off-road.
Oh, right.
So after purchasing it, he took it up to the field, he started it up, and it sort of went for a few minutes and then just started sort of shuddering and cutting out. So he brought it home. He contacted the company, which you can only do via email. They've got a telephone line, but it sort of only gives you like two options. The first one being the sales department, where you can actually speak to someone, but the second option, like for technical support, it's only done via email. So he sent an email across, and he was told obviously it could be up to 48 hours before he gets a reply. He finally got a reply from the company who said about sending over sort of video proof of the issue. So my partner done this, and then they replied with an email saying that they think that it's a motor, the motor in the bike itself, there's an issue with the motor, and that they could send him a new motor for himself to fix. With this sort of, like, my partner was a bit dubious, and he sort of had a little read online, and with that he replied saying that he wasn't happy enough to accept. It wasn't sort of in his job title to do that. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he doesn't want to sort of void his warranty, and that he would just rather either get a new scooter or a refund. We sort of went around the hills with the company. They were sort of avoiding the whole refund, and said to him, oh, well, okay, you can return the item and we'll put it in a queue with our technicians, and once we sort of know what's going on, we'll be back in touch and we'll sort of go from there. Yeah. So my partner sort of was, again, in two minds after we sort of done a bit of research. There was many of people saying that they'd sent items back and were still waiting for refunds 6-7 months down the line. And some people have even took it as far as small claims courts because it's been years. So my partner sort of sent an email over saying he was a bit hesitant to do so, just simply because obviously what we'd read online, like through Trustpilot and so on and so forth.
But had he done his homework before he bought the scooter from this company?
He didn't, no.
Oh.
Yeah, which he sort of got a bit of a slap on the wrist from me for that.
Well, it's just so, I mean, everyone needs to be aware, and I kind of keep reiterating this point because it's so important. The internet is a wonderful, wonderful thing because it opens up the world to your computer or your laptop or your tablet. But just be aware, there are good companies out there, there are bad companies out there, and just because a company has what looks like a nice website or they're selling a product at a really good price, that in itself does not mean that they are a good company to do business with.
Yeah, of course.
And, you know, after sales service, particularly with mechanical items and anything like that might go wrong, you kind of need to be getting it from a company where you know there will be a level of after-sales service if you need to return it, and they can help fix it or replace it for you.
Of course. Yeah, like I said, I did sort of give them a bit of a slap on the wrist for that.
Was it at least a British company? Was it at least a British company that you purchased it from? I mean, he's not purchased this direct from China or something, has he?
No, I believe it is. It is a company based in the UK. Yeah.
Okay.
When I sort of done a bit of research on the company itself, some of the employees on certain websites were saying that the company's known for selling second-hand as new, and so on and so forth. I did try and sort of get in touch with the Ombudsman, who advised to obviously go through his bank first before they could take sort of any action. So obviously we've done so. And then obviously I was advised from a family member to give yourselves a call and just see if obviously there was anything you could advise or any sort of way you could help.
Okay.
And obviously
how much was the scooter in the first place?
Sorry, say that again?
How much was the scooter in the first place?
Yeah, it was £553.98.
And how did he pay?
It was through his card.
Credit card or debit card?
Debit card.
Oh, gosh. When was what was the date of purchase?
Yeah, it was on the 29th of April.
Okay, well, that's fine. Time-wise, we're okay. You're lucky there. Just another bit of advice for you and for other people listening. Always buy anything that costs over £100, always buy on a credit card, not a debit card.
Oh, okay.
The reason being, when you buy something that costs over £100 on a credit card, you're covered by the Consumer Credit Act of 1975. And the Consumer Credit Act, what that basically means is that the credit card company is jointly liable with the retailer for the product you've purchased. So, for example, if you were to buy this scooter from this company on a credit card and then 2 years later the scooter breaks and the company's gone out of business, you can then ask the credit card company, even 2 years later, to take responsibility for the fact that you've purchased a product that's faulty. Okay?
Okay.
So it really does. You have a level of protection when you buy on a debit card, but it only lasts for 120 days from the date of purchase.
Oh, okay.
And it's called the chargeback scheme. Now, have you spoken to the bank and asked if you can put in a chargeback for this scooter?
Yeah, that's exactly what the financial ombudsman advised me to do.
Mm-hmm.
We put that in with the bank and obviously have sent over all the information they asked for, all the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And we received a reply from the bank yesterday just saying that they'd received it all. And obviously they were going to put it through to the dispute team and they would be in touch either via email or via letter in regards to their decision. But if in the meanwhile, if anything else happens or anything comes up, just to obviously give them a call and they've obviously put their contact number.
Right.
So we just sort of sitting in limbo at the moment.
Yeah, well, I think, I mean, it sounds then as if in terms of the chargeback, the ball is now rolling and it's in their court. What I think maybe I can do is to contact the original retailer to ask them why you've been left in this position. Because it seems to me, and I'm only hearing your side of the story, and it's important I go and get their side of the story, but it sounds very much to me as if your other half needs some after-sale service from them because the scooter's faulty, and it sounds as if they are only prepared to send out a part for him to then fit an entire new motor. Well, I mean, I wouldn't have a clue how to fit a new motor to a product. Why should I have to? I'm not an engineer.
Of course.
And I presume your other half isn't either.
No, definitely not.
Right. Well, there we go. I'm being asked, by the way, I'm getting so many texts while you're talking, just to reiterate to everyone listening, these electric scooters are not legal to use on the roads or the footpaths in the United Kingdom.
No.
A lot of people, just at the mention of e-scooters, are getting furious and want me to make that point very clear. But to be fair to your husband, you were saying that He's not planning on using it on public land at all. He's using it on private land, a farmer's field.
Yeah, that's correct. His boss owns a farmer's field, and they just normally take it up over the weekend, him and a few people from work. So he purchased one to obviously take it up with him and the rest of the people from work, and yeah, it didn't work.
Right.
So
okay,
sort of left at home now.
Let's see what we can do. Tara, can we just get some detail, please? And let's go and have a word with this retailer and ask why they don't appear to be offering any reasonable after-sales service.
Absolutely. It sounds like quite a nice post-work time spent with colleagues, doesn't it? Do you fancy doing that, Jonathan?
Have you been on one? I've been on one.
Have you fallen off?
No, I went on one in Argentina, because in Argentina you can do what you like. Because no one follows... firstly, no one follows any laws in Argentina. And I was on one of these e-scooters going around a housing development. It was lots of fun. Terrific fun.
Shall we find one and go and have a practice in a field somewhere? Sound like a bit of fun?
Well, I've got an electric car now, so I might as well just drive my car around. I don't need a scooter.
It's not as much fun as that, sure. We won't be borrowing Emma's other halves, though.
No, quite.
Not at the moment.
OK, listen, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail, Emma. We'll go and have a word, OK? Now, Lisa moved into what she calls her forever home. And as part of her kitchen refit, she purchased a very fancy new cooker for a sum of £2,879.
It's glorious. It's just beautiful to look at. Everything about it. All the rings that we wanted. It's induction. It's got 4 different ovens. It's lovely. We love cooking, and it's something that we've always wanted to put in a kitchen. When we first ordered it, we were told that we could expect delivery the 22nd of February. 3rd of January, we placed the order. I wrote down each of the phone calls that I made and what the result was from each of those. On the 17th of February, they called to say that the first part of the order, which was the cooker hood, would arrive.
Well, unfortunately, it didn't arrive. The cooker didn't arrive. And Lisa came to me. She was saying, I'm so fed up of trying to chase this company. Every time I chase them up, they say, oh, yeah, well, it's going to come. It's holding my whole kitchen up. She said, in the end, I've had to go and buy the cooker, the very expensive cooker, from another company. They've managed to get it to me nice and promptly, but I've now paid twice for this cooker on my card. I've paid £2,879 times 2, and I want my money back from the original retailer because they have never provided me with the product that I've ordered. Well, I promised Lisa I would go and have a word with the company. I did just that, and Lisa's back on the JVS show. Hello, Lisa.
Hello there.
Now, this is, without doubt, the most expensive cooker I've ever heard of.
That's excellent.
For £2,879, I would expect it to come with a chef. A full-time chef who just, pops out every now and then.
I'm married to him, so that's fine.
You're married to a chef,
point.
right, yeah. I mean, it's a very, very expensive cooker. But then, no doubt, it is a wonderful cooker as well.
Yeah.
I went off to have a word with the original retailer, Currys PC World, and they promised that they were going to get things sorted out. They apologised for the problems that you'd had, and they promised that they were going to refund you that money as soon as they possibly could. What's happened since we last spoke, Lisa? Are you back in the black?
We are indeed.
Good.
Thank you very much. They rang me the same day after you had made that initial call, a representative from the CEO's office, who apologised and said that it would be sorted out straight away. Mm-hmm. There was some issue with a reference number, which was apparently the issue in the first place, but I'm not really sure. But we don't know when the transaction actually took place in the refund, but it is in our account and we are now all square.
Right. You're not owed anything more?
No, we're not owed anything more. They've been very good, actually. They've made a goodwill gesture to us as well. So whilst we wanted our money back, and that was all we were really after, they have looked after us since then, and I do have to acknowledge the fact that they have done that. So
that's very nice of them.
It's all very good, thank you.
And we will include that in our thanks. Now, how's your cooker? Because that's the important thing.
It's getting much more use now.
Is it?
Yes, we had a party outside in our back garden to celebrate my dad's 75th birthday at the weekend, and we were able to use all of those ovens that we were talking about. So, yes, it's all very exciting and lovely, thank you.
And does it do, forgive me, but does it do anything more than for example, my oven? I've got a range cooker, And I've got a main oven and a side oven, both of which are fan ovens. They're both very good, and it's lovely. And it wasn't a cheap oven, but it was nowhere near £2,879. What does your oven do that mine doesn't?
Well, it's got 4 separate compartments as ovens. It's got 2 main ovens, which are big ovens, and then obviously there's a grill section. But it's also got a slow cooker section. Right. Because in a lot of them, if they're big, it's storage rather than actually being a functioning oven. So we obviously paid more to have a 4th functioning oven, but it's a slow cooker, which is nice for warming plates and so on. And it's got on the top, it's got 5 rings, but you can also link 2 of those rings to make it into like a bigger one for a griddle pan, for instance. So you can control them both at the same time. It's all singing or dancing.
Well, clearly.
You'd hope it would be for the price.
And is it stainless steel? Is it, looks like a proper chef's oven or what?
It's black with chrome handles. And the other thing that I really liked about it is it's completely symmetrical when you look at it, so that the handles are all at the same level rather than being staggered. Wow. I like those sort of things. It makes it's pleasing to the eye.
Well, there we go. Let's hope that for £2,879, I mean, I hope that it lasts for the rest of your life.
I hope so too.
Because you don't want to have to start spending that amount of money again. Listen, we will thank Curry's PC World very much indeed for refunding you the money for the original one and also the goodwill gesture. Lisa, if you have any other problems, you know where we are. Do you remember Joanna? Joanna was telling me that in November of last year, she decided to treat herself to a very expensive bit of kit after viewing the night sky at a friend's house in Spain. So she spent £700 on a brand new telescope.
One of my friends showed us with like a bird watching scope a couple of planets. There's a Jupiter, there's Saturn. I was absolutely smitten. I just couldn't believe it. I could just see it. So when I got back from a holiday, I decided to go inquire about the telescope. I found a specialist shop, and I chose the telescope that was recommended by the salesman. The problem started with day one. I paid and collected the telescope. I brought it home. I opened the box, and it's not the telescope that I ordered. And then they said to me, oh, don't worry, it's a very good telescope. See how you go with it, and then if you don't like it, then we will exchange for the one you ordered.
Well, Joanna said she didn't get on with it at all, and after 2 weeks she still hadn't managed to get it up and running properly. So she says she phoned the company more than 100 times before finally being able to speak to someone who gave her some instructions, but she said the instructions have not helped. It still doesn't work. 6 months of frustration later, Joanna now wants a refund from this company, but apparently they've said no. That's why Joanna came to me. Well, she's back on the JVS show. Hello, Joanna.
Hello, JVS. Hello, how are you?
Good morning. Yes, I'm well, thank you, Joanna. Now, I've been off to have a word with the company that you purchased the telescope from. And I have to be honest, I was scratching my head a little bit because they do have a very different version of events.
I'm not surprised.
So let's just run through what they've had to say. Now, I should just point out, when I phoned, based on the description that you'd given me, you're phoning them 100 times, and when I started to phone them, I thought, oh, God, this is going to take me forever to get through to someone. It didn't. The phone rang once, and a lady answered, and I explained the situation. She passed me over to her husband. She said that they're a family-run business. They've been in business in the local area for years. And she said, my husband's been dealing with this. Let me just pass you over. So I spoke to the man who runs the company, and he said, when you first contacted them and you wanted a telescope, he said that they explained to you at the time that they were really stuck for stock, as most of it comes from China. And with the virus and with everything that's going on in the world, there was a bit of a problem in terms of getting all of the stock that they would normally have access to. The first one that you wanted was apparently very expensive, too expensive. So you ended up choosing a cheaper one. Now, the man from the shop says that they then sent you an email outlining the telescope that you had ordered, showing the full details of the telescope that you had ordered. And he said that at the time, they explained that it wasn't quite the one that you originally wanted because it didn't come with a handset, whatever that is. But he said that you were quite happy with that at the time. So he said you paid the deposit and at no point did you raise any concerns with them that they'd ordered you the wrong telescope. He said it was there and that the telescope that they've given you is the one that was outlined in that email. Now, he then went on to say that when you came in to collect the telescope, you said it hasn't come with a handset. I wanted one with a handset. And they said to you, well, we've ordered the one that is on the paperwork. That's the only one that we could get because of the problems ordering stock in from China. Now, he said very crucially, at that point where you seemed unhappy with the telescope that they'd ordered in, he said, we said to Joanna, look, you can either take this one or not. If you don't want it, we can sell it to someone else. But apparently you were so keen to have a telescope, you said, oh, no, well, I'll try it and I'll see how I get on. So he said you took the telescope away. As far as he's concerned, it's the telescope that they'd ordered for you. It's the one as outlined in the paperwork. You then contacted them about 4 weeks later to say you were struggling to operate it. He said, we gave Joanna some advice as to how it worked, but she said she was still struggling. He said, you seemed very upset about the fact that it hadn't come with the handset, and you felt that the handset was the issue, and if you had the handset, it would work as you wanted it to work. So he said at that point, they offered you a free handset to go with the telescope. The handset apparently was worth £100. And by adding that handset, that then made it the exact same telescope that you were saying you originally thought you were getting. He said that they've offered you to bring the telescope into the shop and they can show you how it works. But he said you just keep demanding a refund. He said we've offered to buy it back from her as long as it's in good condition, as long as she brings it back in perfect condition, it's not been damaged at all, then we're happy to give her all of her money back. But she refuses to bring it back. She just demands a full refund all the time. And he said, I don't really know what more we can do. We've offered to try and help her with it. We've offered to buy it back from her if she brings it back in, but she just won't bring it back in. So you understand why when I spoke to him, Joanne, I found myself scratching my head because I'm thinking, well, we've got two completely different versions of events. So what do you make of what he's telling me?
Oh, he absolutely made a brand new story. I don't know who he was dealing with, but definitely not me. That is made up to his purpose or needs or whatever of the program. So there was no emails about confirming that I would order a different telescope from the beginning. That's a lie. I ordered the one that he ticked in his brochure, and I still have it in my house. The tick that is the one that I have in the house got a cross. So it's a living proof.
Okay, hang on a second. Let's take this step by step. The paperwork that you received, whether that be email or paperwork in the shop, does it state that the telescope you were ordering is the one that you've been given?
Oh, absolutely not. So I had the brochure from him when I went to see, the telescopes available, and he in the brochure himself written and pick the ones that are available in stock and the ones that are not. So the ones that are not, this is the one in my house. So it was a wrong telescope from the beginning, and that is his writing. And
okay.
Then
well, I will need to ask him then for a copy of this email that he says clearly outlines that it was the telescope you've been given is the one that they had ordered for you, and he said you paid the deposit after they'd outlined what they were ordering for you.
Oh, please ask him for this email because I'm not aware of that one.
Well, that would be useful.
On a collection, there was no check of the telescope I'm going to be honest, I didn't check. It was in double boxes. The telescope was in an original box of the cardboard box, and then inside was the box of a telescope. So I didn't check what it was. So there was absolutely no explanation that stuff comes from China or something. We all aware that was coronavirus. Everything is on a delay. So I'm fine. I take my time. Whenever it comes, I come and collect it. So that is another thing that is just a lie made up. And if it was the telescope that I wanted, why would I call him straight away when I got home and I said, this is not a telescope that I ordered? Why would he say, okay, so it's a good telescope, so give it a go, and if you don't like it, we will exchange it. Why would he say that? Why would I do it myself? So I had a conversation with him already by the shop, and now I got home and I'm calling him again to say this is not the right telescope.
Well,
that doesn't make sense.
He said to you, he said to me that he said to you at the time, it was obvious that there was some confusion and that you thought you'd ordered a telescope that you hadn't ordered. He said that's the way it was. Absolutely, I accept that she seemed to think that she'd ordered something that she hadn't, but I pointed it out that she got what she'd ordered. But is it true that he then offered you the free handset that would have made it the exact same one that you thought you were getting in the first place?
He did offer that in email, and I just didn't want that because I was thinking I have already issues with them about the support. Just tell me how it operates.
How many times have you taken the telescope into their shop for them to show you how it works?
So here we are. This is the thing. He's never offered bringing to the shop either. Because this is what I've
But surely it's obvious. But surely it's obvious that if you've got the problem and you're not managing to get it working, why would you not put it in your car and take it to his shop and say, can you show me how this works? Because I can't get it working.
Oh, I would love to. As he's, in your answer, what he says, bring it back. We're really happy to give me the refund. If it's in good condition, I am happy to do it. I don't want to have anything to do with this company because I've lost the emotions. I ordered from the specialist shop to have the support.
Yeah, but you see the thing. Easy. But the thing is, Joanna, and I have to try and be fair.
Yeah, I know.
I've looked up the details for the company. They seem to have very, very glowing reviews from many happy customers who have said this is a family-run business, experts in telescopes, very helpful if you're kind of dipping your toe in, all that kind of stuff. They sound like the exact perfect company for you to have purchased this telescope from. And yet, from the story you're telling me, it sounds as if they haven't given you any help at all. But he said that they've repeatedly said to you that they would, if you bring it in, they'll show you how it works, they'll go through it all with you. And he said for some reason, you just will not bring it back to them.
Would he send you the emails that he keep asking me to come to the shop? Can he just prove it to you that he's done that to me? Because I am not aware of that at all. Right. There was nothing. I am so pleased because, I was on the radio last Thursday, and on Friday your team called me that you've got the response, and I was amazed. I'm thinking, who are they? I waited 4 months for a reply from them. I waited another 2 weeks for a reply from them. So for some piece of advice, and I've got nothing, and you've got an answer straight away. So I don't know. But
it was no effort. I mean, literally, I phoned the shop. And the wife of this gentleman answered immediately, and the two of them couldn't have been more helpful. So have to understand.
They're helpful to you, but they're not helpful to me. You've seen the correspondence via emails, and I cannot get anywhere with them. So I'm very, appreciative to you that you can help me to solve that matter. Because as you've seen the reviews on the website, this is why I chose that company.
Yeah, but you understand why it just doesn't seem right that you've had such a disastrous experience with them when everyone else has suggested that they are exactly the perfect company to help you with something like this when you're just getting into this kind of thing. The argument from the shop is that they've tried to help you, and for whatever reason, you don't seem to want their help. You just keep saying, I want my money back, I want my money back.
oh, this is not the truth. Can he just prove it to you through emails? Because I have emails that I've been asking them for advice. I've been asking them to help. I've been asking them for support, for some kind of words of reply, and I get nothing.
Right. Okay.
So I have emails to prove my story.
Well, I would like
Has he got the emails from his story?
Yeah, I would absolutely. I will go back to him, and what I will do is I will ask him for two things. I will ask him for the email outlining the original telescope that you'd ordered, because he definitely said to me in the conversation I had with him that it was all confirmed by email. So I will ask him for that. What I will also do is I will ask him for some evidence of the fact that he's offered for you to take this back in numerous times for them to show you how it works. In terms of trying to resolve the matter, he has said that as long as that telescope is in perfect condition, they're happy to give you your money back.
Fantastic.
Is it in perfect condition?
It is in immaculate condition.
Okay, fine.
So I'm happy to deal with that, just to solve the issue.
Just out of interest, I mean, I absolutely, I think this is the way now to try and resolve the matter, but just out of interest, why, if this has been going on for so long, and why, if you just wanted to return the telescope and get your money back, why at no point have you taken it back into the shop and said, look, can you take this back? Here's the telescope. It's in perfect condition. I want my money back because it doesn't work.
Why I didn't? Well, I've tried it. In March, they just answered the phone call. So I've been dealing. I didn't want to return the telescope because I want to still see the stars and planets. I trusted them, and as you see from the reviews, they are recommended beautiful shop apparently for support, and so I still gave them the chance to help me to really use the telescope. But since March till today, I've got nowhere. I've got no support. I haven't got anything that I can enjoy the telescope. I cannot enjoy the astronomy with this shop. So that's my decision. I've tried my best. I have tons of emails going backwards and forwards. Unfortunately, the reply is not immediate. The reply takes a few days, then 2 days, then 2 weeks, and I get nothing in those emails. Nothing that I could hold on to and enjoy the astronomy. So my decision to go for a new hobby, my decision was to go for the specialist shop and support. I didn't go for online seller that, online retailer that just sells the items. I wanted some professional specialist shop.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, my store is, a disaster.
Yeah, well, and it is strange because it does seem as if there are two completely different versions of events. But obviously, what is important now is, firstly, for me to ask for that evidence that you seem to feel he won't have. And also for me to ask him whether it's now what's a good time for you to take the telescope back in. What I will do is I will oversee the whole thing as well. You take it back in, and then let's organise getting your money back so you can both move on. He says he's happy to give you your money back as long as it's... He said what he's worried about is it's going to come back in a bin bag all broken.
Why?
Well, he said...
How would I do that?
Because his argument is he keeps asking you to bring it back in. He said you just don't want to take it back in. He's worried why you won't take it back in. But you're saying he hasn't said that. So it's very difficult for me to work out what's been said and what hasn't been said.
I have sent you an email in the last conversation. He said everything is off the table. Not buying back, no advice, no exchange, no nothing. It's his conversation. You can read it in the emails that I've attached to your team.
What I will do, let me go and speak to him this afternoon. Let me ask him for that evidence, and let me just say to him, you are very happy to bring it back, and it's in perfect condition, and you look forward to getting your full refund, and I will oversee it and make sure that then happens, okay?
Yes, please. Thank
you.
For your
All right, Joanna, let's leave it there for now. I will go and make that phone call to him this afternoon, and we'll take it from there. Maria ordered a new back door for just over £2,500. She paid a deposit of £575. Now, this was back in September 2020. Its delivery was delayed, And when it finally arrived in mid-October, well, pretty much everything was wrong with it.
The window didn't fit properly. The infill that should have clipped the door and the window together was too small, but they managed to clip it together by leaving gaps on each side. And then, oh God, we found that it was cream inside and out, but I said, that's okay, I can live with that. But when it came to the door panel, it was white inside and outside and the wrong design.
Well, the manager of the company came round to try and sort things out in December, Maria said. But, and he said, OK, well, we'll get it redone for you and we're going to come on such and such a day. And Maria said, well, the weather's going to be awful on that day. He said, no, it'll be fine. They turned up on that day and sure enough, the weather was dreadful. The rain, the hail, it was all coming into her house. It was a nightmare. And 8 months after it was first ordered, there are still problems with this door. Well, I've been speaking to the company. What's the latest? Let's find out, because Maria's back on the JVS show. Hello, Maria.
Hi, Jonathan.
Now, I should just point out, I still find myself scratching my head over this, because the door that you'd ordered, and to be fair, it was a back door and a window that went at the side of the door, but it's a UPVC back door. Now, I mean, there's nothing wrong with a UPVC back door, but they are kind of one of the cheapest types of back door that you can have. And in the grand scheme of things, by today's standards, they're also not necessarily the newest technology. And I was surprised that you were having a UPVC back door in a certain colour, because it would have made much more sense, as far as I'm concerned, unless I'm missing something here, for you to have chosen a composite back door that would have come with the colour and wouldn't have involved this kind of... I mean, you were saying they were going to paint the UPVC, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Which is most bizarre. And to spend £2,500 on a UPVC back door, I've had, since you were on the programme initially, I've had a number of companies contact me who are in the business of windows and doors, and they've said that, you know, a UPVC back door, you're looking at £500 maximum. So to pay £2,500, admittedly it does have the window attached to it, but it's not a big window, is it?
No, it's a small window with an opening.
So it does feel as if you've paid a lot of money for this, and it's just a rather odd product choice based on what you wanted. Now, when I went off to have a word with the company, they said that they were going to get their chap to come round and to speak to you and to try and get things sorted out. And to cut a long story short, they finally accepted that probably in hindsight, the best thing for you to have would be a composite back door. After all that, a composite back door would be better.
Yes.
Well, I mean, of course it would be better. Because why would you choose to have a white UPVC door that's then painted? I mean, who even does that? Did you, just out of interest, was this the only company you had round to quote for this?
It was, because they were highly recommended. And when the young man came and showed me the product, I was very impressed. Mm. Nobody told me it was going to be hand-painted. I thought it would come in cream. You know, cream UPVC.
UPVC, yeah. Well, I mean, I think the confusion is that a lot of people, they don't realise there's a difference between a UPVC door and a composite door.
I'd never heard of a composite door till you said to me, you know, why didn't you have a composite door?
Oh, right.
I'd never even heard of them.
I see. Well, a composite door...
I didn't even know what they looked like or anything like that.
Well, from the description of what you wanted, it was just, to me, it was obvious that it was a composite door. It wasn't a UPVC door. You wanted a door that had some kind of ornate bottom half to it, so a bit of a pattern.
Yes.
You wanted it in a certain colour.
Yes.
You wanted it glazed.
Yes.
You wanted a good locking system on it.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, it's just obvious that a composite door would have been much better than a UPVC door.
Well, I've never heard of it until, as I said, we discussed it.
Well,
I've never heard of a composite door.
The long and short of it is, I've now received a further response from the company. They say that they've been communicating with you directly. They have shared with you the delivery date that our manufacturers have given to us. They say, as soon as we take delivery of the door, we have agreed to arrange a convenient date for Maria to have the door installed. As standard, bespoke items take on average 12 weeks to arrive from the manufacturer. We have been given a provisional delivery date of the 23rd of July, which we have shared with Maria. Now, I mean, that still seems quite a long way away. How did you react when they told you that date?
Well, they did say that if it comes sooner, they would let me know and it would be fitted. As long as I get the proper quality, the proper fit and finish, I'll be happy to wait till the 23rd of July.
Right.
I don't want another botched up job. Definitely not.
Okay. Well, that all seems extremely reasonable. And is your door... I mean, I know the door looks a mess at the moment, but is it at least watertight and secure?
No. It's not watertight. If it gets horrible rain, water comes in on the bottom panel, along the bottom panel.
Right.
And they have taken photographs of it because the manager happened to be there. It'd been raining and raining and raining, and I said, "Why is this water coming in?" You know, and he said he'd never seen it before in the whole of his career, but it is coming through the panel.
Okay. Well, look, what I'd like you to do is to please keep me posted. Hopefully they will pull their finger out and get this door to you quickly. If it hasn't come by 23rd of July, I'm going to have to go back and speak to them again. But I will stay across this until it's resolved, Maria. Here's Andrea. Hello, Andrea.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Andrea. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so on the 24th of April, myself and my husband went to a shop to purchase two corner unit settees and a wall unit for our kitchen. We were told that we would get this delivered within 7 to 12 days, and it was part of the contract. It was written around the store, and we thought, okay, that's fine. We would get that done.
12 days or 12 weeks?
12 days.
Okay. They'd got everything in stock, had they?
That's what they said, and I was shocked, but I was pleased to know that I would get it within 12 days.
I was going to say, I mean, particularly with furniture, it's very often the case that you do have to wait weeks before it arrives. So 12 days is great.
Absolutely.
So how much did you pay?
We paid over £6,000 for these items. So it was the two corner settees and a larder unit for our kitchen. Right. We were told that because they didn't have the larder unit in store, then we would have to pay two different delivery charges. We contested that, and they said, okay, no problem. We will not charge you for the second delivery. We will just charge you for the first delivery. So they made the arrangements for the two settees to be delivered to us on the 6th of May. That was a Thursday. Then they called on the Tuesday to say, I'm sorry, we can't deliver it on the Thursday. It has to be on the Saturday. So we said, okay, fine. We gotten rid of our old settees and waited on Saturday all day. Nothing turned up. We had no conversation, no communication from them to say that they were going to deliver these settees or why they hadn't delivered the settees. Monday morning, we started with calling, emailing, trying to get somebody. No response. We spent hours on the phone. Eventually, we got in touch with somebody who says that they would contact us and they would deliver it. Another 3 appointments were made. Cutting a long story short, another 3 appointments were made for the delivery of these settees, and each occasion they didn't tell us they weren't coming. They just did not turn up. One of the occasions we had a text from the delivery company saying that we would deliver between 7 and 10 a.m. We waited again that Saturday. Nothing happened. I tracked it, saw that the delivery was cancelled. I managed to call them. They said it's the provider that did not give them the settees, and therefore they can't deliver it. So we'd have to go back to the provider. And trying to get in touch with this provider is a nightmare.
When you say the provider, do you mean the retailer that you bought the furniture from?
Yes. So we've tried and tried. I've sent complaints. So the final straw was we went back to the store and to see if we could find out what the problem is, why there's no communication, why they haven't contacted us. Went into the store and the assistant manager was there, told us that there's nothing he can do except take a complaint. And we made the complaint, and he says that he would send it off to their head office, and they would be in touch with us within 3 days. That was last week, Thursday. To date, we have not had any conversation with them. We had a text last night to say that the settees again would be delivered on Friday. I have no guarantee that this will happen, because this would be now the 6th time they've told us that they will deliver. Nobody's communicating with us, and nobody's telling us the reason why they cannot deliver. All I know is that we've made a purchase. We were told 12 days, and if they can't deliver, they should tell us the reason why, tell us what's going on, and even just have some communication. So we are at a point whereby we still don't know. We have nothing to sit on, and we still don't know if by Friday we would be getting these settees at all.
Well, I was going to ask you what you're sitting on in the meantime.
Pardon?
I was going to ask you what you're sitting on in the meantime.
Nothing. Literally, the cushions on the floor. Nothing,
Oh, dear.
absolutely nothing, which is why it's so distressing. Because if they had said to us, it's going to take 6 to 8 weeks or 12 weeks, we would not therefore have gotten rid of our old ones, would have hung on to those until we received the new ones. But they told us that we would have had it within 12 days.
And have you got that in writing?
Oh, yes.
Okay, good. It's only that if they, for example, start turning around and say, no, we never said it would be 12 days, I think this customer's got confused, it was supposed to be 12 weeks, and I'd just like to have something at my fingertips that I can say, well, why am I looking at an email here, or something on your website that clearly states products are ready for delivery in 12 days?
Yes, yes. And they have it displayed in red within their store as well.
And how did you pay for all this furniture?
We paid a deposit with a credit card, initial deposit, and the rest was taken out for over a 2-year loan.
Okay. Right. Well, in terms of financially then, I mean, if push comes to shove, if this company are going to muck you around anymore, I think the best thing to do would be to contact the credit card company and to ask for your money back on the credit card, and to cancel the finance agreement and tell them exactly why.
Yeah.
Just out of interest, have you spoken to the finance company? Because I bet the finance company would be pretty livid if they know that there's a chance they may well lose out on all the money they're going to make out of you.
No, we haven't. We haven't spoken to anyone except trying to see if we can speak to the retailer.
Yeah.
We have drafted a cancellation stating that if we've waited until Friday and we cannot get any resolution, then we would then say, okay, we're going to have to cancel this.
So would I be... Sorry to interrupt you. Would I be right in saying then that ideally you'd like the furniture, but if it can't come this week, then you want to cancel it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Fine. Okay, right. Tara, can we get some detail, please? And let's go and have a word with this company. It's ridiculous.
Oh, as well, because you just hang on the next date, don't you? You're just waiting again. And then you're waiting again, and you get more and more disappointed and frustrated if they can't give you a decent answer.
And particularly, I have been in the situation where I've waited for furniture before and had to sit on garden furniture in the living room, and it's very frustrating. Because just having a sofa to sit on in your living room, it's just part of daily life, isn't it?
It's the wind down, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it's horrible.
Somewhere comfy and cosy to sit on.
Right, Andrea, you've done the right thing in coming to us. I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We're going to have a word with that company for you. Now, on the subject of furniture, a slightly different problem that Marilyn came to me about. She was telling me that she ordered a new sofa back in January of 2020. It finally arrived in June of last year. But it wasn't long before things started to go very wrong with it.
Probably after only a matter of weeks, maybe a couple of months at the most, I noticed the cushion on my husband's side starting to sink at the back. They're quite firm, comfortable cushions. That's why we chose it. So I told him to sit more in the centre of the cushion so it wouldn't sink, but obviously he was near the arm, so we both sat each end at the arm. Then I noticed mine was going as well, sinking in the same way. Started putting cushions underneath me to support me because I've had back problems on and off. Yeah, I contacted the company and they said, we'll get a technician round, an independent one, I think, I don't know, to have a look. And he came and examined it and he said, well, there's no manufacturing fault. And I said, no, I can understand that, but there's obviously the cushions are inferior. And he sat on them and he said, yes, they're definitely sunk. You need to go back to the company. So I went back to the company and they said, well, as there's no manufacturing fault, if you have any cushions replaced, you'll have to pay for it.
Well, Marilyn didn't think it was fair that she'd have to pay out for these new cushions after having the furniture for less than a year, and I'm absolutely inclined to agree with her. I went off to have a word with the company. To be honest with you, I was quite surprised when I found out which company it was that had let Marilyn down in this way, because, as you can probably imagine, I get a lot of complaints about the same furniture companies. They come up time and time again. I don't typically get complaints about this company that Marilyn had purchased this furniture from, and I was very hopeful that they would resolve the problem. Well, let's find out what the latest is, because Marilyn's back on the JVS show. Hello, Marilyn.
Hello, hi.
So I did call the company, and it's the first time I've ever had to call them. I've never had a complaint about them before. Got a very good reputation, and I thought, well, I'm surprised, first of all, to hear this problem in the first place, but I'm quite sure that they will resolve the matter. To be fair to them, when I called them, they did say that they were going to get straight in touch with you and they were going to resolve the matter if they possibly could. And to be fair, they did call you and they did suggest that they were going to replace the cushions for you at long last, what you'd been asking them to do, yeah?
Yep.
However, it wasn't 100% straightforward, was it?
No, it wasn't, no. Well, I wrote a letter, as you suggested, a recorded delivery to the managing director and the customer services manager. After 3 weeks, there was no acknowledgement, no response, no email, nothing. So my husband then called, spoke to the customer services manager, and after he was saying they wanted to replace the cushions with the same cushions, not better ones, not firmer ones, exactly the same. But it means taking the whole of the settee apart because they're not loose cushions, it's all fixed, it's all fitted in. So it would mean somebody being in the house for 5 to 6 hours to take it all apart to put the same cushions in. Yes. So my husband said we don't really want somebody in the house for 6 hours doing that when they're going to go in the same way, because they think they've behaved in the manner they would expect them to. And we said at the time that we've got another suite of beds for half the price. We've had it for 5 years. The cushions are exactly the same. And he also said to my husband, well, if I could get you firmer cushions, I would. And to which my husband John said, well, that's why we bought the suite, because they were firm, but they're no longer firm. They're getting worse and worse. So John said, well, we'd like either an alternative suite, we don't mind paying extra money if that's what we have to do, or a refund. And he said, well, what do you expect us to do with the suite if we take it back? And he said, well, that's not really our problem. So they're insisting, as a gesture of goodwill, to replace the cushions. They're not interested in doing anything else. So at the moment, that's what is going to happen.
Now, I know that after that last conversation we had, I advised you to write to the company.
Yeah.
Just to put them on notice.
Yes, which I did.
That if this problem occurs in the future... because, I mean, it's all well and good them turning around and kind of saying, well, we don't think there's anything wrong with them, but as a goodwill gesture, we'll replace them. But we're not going to do it again in the future if the same thing happens. I mean, they can say that all they like. Yeah. But what they can't do is undermine the law. And the fact is, the Consumer Rights Act states that products must be of reasonable quality and must last for a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, which I put in the letter, which I included in the letter. I said that.
Great. And this furniture is not cheap furniture.
No.
This is what should be good quality furniture, and it should last for a reasonable amount of time. Yeah. And therefore, the letter that I was asking you to write was just to put this company on notice that you're happy to accept the replacement of the cushions. However, by no means do you accept that if the problem then occurs, because you've accepted this replacement of the cushions, you forfeit your right to complain any further.
No. Well, I wrote another letter after the last conversation my husband had, they wrote to us saying it's a good gesture of goodwill, and we wrote back saying we completely 100% agree. There's no manufacturing fault, but the cushions are of inferior quality, and if the same thing happens again, we will have no alternative but request a replacement or a refund. And I've left it, like that in writing.
What's very interesting, I've dealt with another sofa complaint recently that was kind of, it was a different company, but it was a similar kind of issue where...
Yeah, I heard the conversation, yeah.
Yeah, you go into the shop, you sit on the sofa, and it feels lovely and firm and supportive, and then the furniture sits in your living room for a couple of months, and after having a couple of months of your backside on it, that nice firm feeling under your bottom becomes a soft, unsupportive, squishy feel. Yeah. And then the furniture company then turns around and says, well, this is how it's supposed to behave. It's supposed to give you that kind of soft, squidgy, lived-in feel. And understandably, if that's not the feel that you got in the shop...
No. And this is a different type of furniture. The cushions are fixed on in place, so you can't puff them up. You can't... do anything. They're just bare, that's it. And once they start giving, there's nothing you can do about it. And they certainly haven't lasted as long as they should have done.
But what worries me is it the same kind of thing where the foam that is being used in this sofa is cheap foam that is designed to give a certain feel and a certain look and a certain level of support when it's brand new. But because it's cheap and because it's not very good quality... It very quickly, with the weight of your bottom on it, over a matter of months, starts losing all of its support.
And it's terrible. You feel you can't do anything about it, So, yeah.
Well, I think we need to... You've put that in writing now. If this ends up going to court, if in the future you end up taking this company to the small claims court and you are able to draw upon that letter... and make it very clear to the judge on the day, look, I gave the company the opportunity to resolve the problem. I was a very reasonable customer, even though it was very frustrating. We were having all these problems such a short amount of time after purchasing the furniture. We gave them the opportunity to repair them, but we made it very clear if the same thing happened, we would come back to them. We've done that, and they're now not prepared to do anything. Unfortunately, that's why we're standing in front of you, Your Honour. Can you help us out?
Yeah.
A judge is going to find it quite hard to look upon that in any other way than favourably, to be honest, because it's going to show that you've been very reasonable as a customer.
Yeah.
OK, well, look, can you please keep me in the loop? When are the new cushions going to arrive?
Well, I think they said the end of June sometime in June.
OK.
We just think, we said this seems a fruitless task, that you're going to have someone take a whole furniture apart, put the same cushions back in. You've said we'll do the same thing. It's just, frustrating.
OK.
Yeah.
I will stay across this. We will wait and see what happens. Fingers crossed that the foam that was used in your sofa was just a bad batch and the new lot will be perfect and you won't have this problem again in the future.
Let's hope so.
Let's keep fingers crossed.
And thank you for your help.
Well, it's a pleasure. Marilyn, we'll talk very soon and fingers crossed things will be sorted within the next few weeks. Hello, Jerry.
Good morning, JVS. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you, Jerry. I gather you've got a problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
OK. I had some bad news beginning of the year, and I needed to future-proof my house for my wife. So I needed some alterations done to my porch, and I needed a replacement door. Contacted my local builder, and who we've used many times before, trusted and recommended, etc. Who came round and he advised me that on what can be done to improve it, insulation, new door frame, etc., included blocking up one of the windows. And he gave me a quote a couple of days later, which wasn't a problem, but it excluded the cost of a door.
Can I ask? You don't have to give me the detail if you don't want to. I'm interested to know why you needed to. You talked about this bad news and the fact that you needed to future-proof your house.
I'm suffering some health issues.
Right.
I've now got terminal cancer.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Jerry.
No, it happens. It happens. Some people it happens and others it doesn't. So anyway, moving forward. So he recommended a couple of places where I could, source a door, and I looked through, and There's hundreds of ranges of doors, etc. And eventually we found one. I generated an online quote, which came through, and it's acceptable. So the builder, about a month later, he ordered the door for me, but I rang up on the Monday to pay for the door. So anyway, the door kind of was delivered and the building work was started and everything. But when they came to fit the door and the door frame, they weren't able to open the door properly using the key. So they rang the door supplier, and the door supplier very helpfully said, well, remove the door and bring it back to us, which would have left us without a front door. So that was explained to the suppliers, and eventually they said, well, you'll need to talk to the manufacturers. So they spoke to the manufacturers, and the long and short of it was manufacturers.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jerry. What was the actual problem with the door? I mean, you say there was difficulty shutting it.
No, the door wouldn't open. The locking mechanism, there's a key lock, and it wouldn't unlock the door.
Right.
Along the frame of the door is some claws. And the manufacturer said, well, if you cut those claws off, you should be able to open the door, which they did do. And the manufacturer said that they will send a replacement locking mechanism, which arrived 3 days later. So I rang up to complain about it, first of all to the suppliers, and they pointed out that I wasn't a customer. And so they weren't prepared to talk to me. So I then rang up the manufacturers, and they pointed out that I wasn't the customer. And they refused to talk to me. A couple of days went past, and I kind of thought things through, and I thought, well, if I've paid for it, I'm a customer, not the person who placed the order, but because I paid, because we've entered into a contract.
I mean, it doesn't really work like that, because I presume, please correct me if I'm saying anything that's not right, but I presume your builder was the one who was sourcing everything for you, and he chose the company as to where you're getting the door from, and it's his company name or his name personally on all the paperwork.
Well, I actually chose the company.
Right. But did you order the door?
I didn't place the order.
Right. So the builder placed the order?
Yes.
Right. Well, then he is... even though you then... Did you pay the door company or did you pay the builder?
I paid the door company.
Oh, did you? Okay. So you made the payment, what, by card over the phone or something?
Yes.
Oh, right. Okay.
Listening to you, I paid by credit card.
Okay. Well done for that. I mean, yeah, it's more complicated because obviously the builder's name's on the door, but if you've paid for it and if your name is there as the person who's paid for it, then I think it's most unfair that they won't treat you as the customer. It seems as if they're being pedantic. So, but the only thing I'm not quite following, I mean, you say that the door wouldn't open and they advised you to cut the claw bits off the locking mechanism to get it to unlock. Did that work?
Yes, it enabled the door to be opened and enabled the door to be fitted.
On a temporary basis.
Temporary basis.
Then they said they were going to send out a new locking mechanism. Did they do that?
Yes, it arrived 3 days later, but I then had to wait for the builder because he's obviously busy, etc. And I had to pay him an additional £150.
Okay, right. That's the crucial bit. So you then had to pay him £150 to come and swap over the locking mechanism from the first door to the second door.
Correct. Yes.
Right. Okay. And is it the £150 you're looking for to be covered by the company that supplied the door?
Well, no, actually, it's a bit more than that because I've noticed. Since having the door fitted, we also had some additional lights fitted in the port, which highlighted that there was a quality issue with the door. These new doors, they kind of have a plastic skin on them, like a plastic coating.
Yes, I think it's called ABS.
That's the one, yes. And at the top, it was tipped, and it looked, it wasn't adhering to the door. Oh. So I sent the supplier an email to complain about it and to say that I'm rejecting the door within my 30-day period with the hope that they were going to replace it. They contacted the manufacturers and the manufacturers were prepared to send what they called a slab door. So basically, this is a treated door, but without any door furniture on. So locks, handles, everything else, nothing.
Yeah.
So, and when I queried it by email, it was down to me to pay the cost of getting the door hung, as well as the door furniture removed from the existing door and put onto a new door.
Right.
And we've had quite several emails going to and fro, and that's as far as the supplier is willing to do.
Right.
Because they only supply the doors.
Okay. And the supplier of the door,
yeah,
have they supplied this door on a trade basis to the builder?
I suspect that. I did see something on their website saying they do deliver to trade.
Okay.
Or supply
well,
to trade.
if it was supplied trade to the builder,
yeah,
then it may well be that in the terms and conditions, because it would then be considered a business-to-business transaction rather than a business-to-consumer transaction, which is covered by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015 that you will have heard me banging on about.
Yeah.
If it was a trade transaction between a supplier and your builder, it may well be that the company is able to argue that their terms and conditions do make it quite clear that in the event of, for example, faulty goods being sent, they do not cover any additional costs that are incurred in terms of putting that right. For example, labour and all those kinds of bits and pieces. Right. But I completely see things from your perspective, and you're a victim in all of this, and it seems to be that you're a victim in all of it because of the way it's all been organised. You know, if you'd said to your builder, can you please install me a new porch and a new front door, and the builder sourced the door, they found the supplier, they organised with the supplier, then the builder would be liable to you for getting it all sorted. So they should come and sort it all for you. Because you've kind of said to your builder, well, look, I'll source the door. If you can order it for me, trade, I'll pay them directly. Because of the way it was ordered, that has meant that your rights under the Consumer Rights Act have probably been either completely removed or diminished. That said, I'm going to obviously try to do what I can to help you. So it's 150 quid to swap over the locking mechanism. That seems very expensive. Why was it going to cost 150 quid?
Oh, because the builder came round on the Saturday. And
yeah, but it didn't. If the door was opening and closing, he didn't need to come around on a Saturday, did he?
He had other work commitments.
Right. Okay, so it's 150 quid to come and swap over the locking mechanism, and what's going to be the other cost incurred for swapping over all of the door handles, the locks, hanging the new slab, etc. when that arrives?
I must admit I hadn't investigated that.
Okay, well, I mean, it sounds as if that's really what you're looking for from the supplier, that they agree to cover the subsequent costs that you're going to incur in terms of getting this door absolutely up and running as it should be.
Yes.
But it all depends on who it is and what kind of company they are as to how I'm going to get on with this. So what I'd like to do, I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get a bit of detail, and I promise you I will call them this afternoon and just see what we can do, okay?
Jerry, yes, fantastic.
Okay, all right. No promises, Jerry, but I'll do what I can. James is a plasterer by trade, and he purchased some plasterboard for a new customer.
Got it to the job, started boarding the ceiling, and noticed part of the backing paper on the board that was coming away from the chalk, almost like it wasn't adhering to the board. The fact that I was screwing the boards up, because it was the backing, didn't lead me to say there would be any problems with the front of the board. It all looked fine. If it was damaged or anything like that, I wouldn't have used it anyway. And yesterday, went in to start plastering it. Got the first coat done, and then noticed almost like blisters coming through on the plaster. Probably best way to describe it is if you burnt yourself with hot oil, and then you get them sort of blisters on your arm, on your skin. That's what it looked like. Because of what's happened, I can't just re-plaster over what's up there. I have to start again. So, you know, I'm a week in this job and I'm back to square one sort of thing, and replacing the plasterboard just isn't going to cut it.
Well, James really feels as if the company he purchased this plasterboard from should reimburse him all the costs associated, including his own labour costs, to take down the faulty plasterboard and to replace it with the new non-faulty plasterboard. Well, I've been off to have a word with the company that he purchased this stuff from. Things last time we spoke were looking up, and I gather we're at a nice, hopefully, fingers crossed, happy ending on this. Let's find out. James, good morning to you.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So the company initially had said to you, this is before you came to me, they said to you that they were prepared to replace the plasterboard. What they weren't prepared to do was to give you anything extra. And in fact, you said that even the offer of replacing the plasterboard, it wasn't being done particularly positively. They didn't seem particularly happy about having to do that. And you said, well, look, I want new plasterboard, but I also want paying for my time to take down the stuff and put up the new stuff. That's exactly what I put to the company. The company have been very reluctant, probably, I would imagine, because they don't want to set a precedent for any other people listening to the programme who may be tradespeople, who may also have a similar kind of experience, but they certainly don't want to put anything on the record as to what they're going to do about this. All they've said to me is, please leave it with us. We will get in touch with James and leave it to us. We will get it sorted. Now, last time we spoke, you'd had a positive conversation with them. They had said to you that they were not only going to replace the plasterboard, but they were also going to be making a payment to you to cover your time. Well, I gather, little birdie tells me, something has now happened. Something has arrived in your bank account. What's the latest, James? Bring us up to speed.
It has. So as our previous conversation, a bloke from their head office rang me up saying that he was going to honour the full quote of £940 paid to me. And yeah, on, I think it was Wednesday morning, £940 sitting in my account.
Wow.
Happy bunny.
I have to be honest, James, I am pleasantly surprised.
So am I, to be honest. It was looking quite bleak at the start of it, considering it was their head office that told me that there was nothing they could do because as it was an in-store purchase, and lo and behold, it was their head office that sorted it out.
Yeah. Well, I'm pleasantly surprised. I thought what you were going to end up having once they started communicating, I thought you were going to end up getting into a negotiation situation with them where they're trying to talk you down on the amount of money that you were asking for. However, it sounds to me as if they've been very good and they've simply said, tell us how much it's going to cost you to put this right, we'll pay you the money. And that is great. You can't really ask them to do any more than that, can you?
No, I'm very happy with the outcome. It just goes to show, with your influence, that it does go to show that big companies do try and cut a few corners if they can.
Well, I'm just delighted that, as far as I'm concerned, they've done the right thing here. It wasn't your fault. You, in good faith, had purchased that plasterboard to do a good job for your customer. You, in good faith, went back to them when there was a problem and said, can you help me, please? Because this is all a bit awkward. I've just stuck up a load of plasterboard you've sold me that has clearly got a problem with it and it's all bubbling and peeling. And they weren't prepared to do the right thing. I'm very pleased they've now amended that situation and they have done the right thing. Shall I give them a horn and thank them very much indeed?
Yes, that would be great. And also, I know how modest you are with your consumer show and stuff like that, but what I would like to offer, if it is your cup of tea, is a 50% discount on any product in Venetian plastering for your home or anything like that, just to show my gratitude and my thanks to you.
Oh, bless you.
Without you, I would have still been hitting my head against the brick wall. So
Well, do you know, you're very nice, and it's very kind of you. I couldn't accept that anyway, but you'll be delighted to know I don't have anything that needs plastering. But it's the thought. The thought is very, very kind. So thank you. That's made my day. Listen, I'm going to thank the company. I'm going to give them a horn. Any other problems, James? You just let me know. Sam's mum is 87, and she's in quite poor health. She's lived in her property for 50 years. The property's privately owned, and her garden, which is quite large, has become overgrown. The council's been in touch with her to ask her to clear it up.
The local council have threatened her with an ASBO if she doesn't clear the undergrowth on her property by the 3rd of June. Despite me explaining several times that she's visually impaired and she can't read the letters they're sending her, they're ignoring her disabilities, and they've even taped these letters to the front door, referring to her house as the premises. So I've pointed out to them it's not a kebab shop, it is an elderly lady's home. Their current objection is that the undergrowth on her land can harbour pests such as rats, and we've had several pest treatments, and we've been given no evidence to kind of back up that that's the case. To make things worse, because the back garden in particular looks unloved, neighbours have fly-tipped from renovations and things, so the council are unhappy about that and want her to remove that waste. Wouldn't it be more reasonable to work with us on a plan that's achievable rather than say we're going to give you an ASBO?
Well, Sam says the local authority appears to be ignoring her mum's welfare in the way they're dealing with this. She feels as if they're being unreasonable with the timescale they've put to her, although she does accept that the neighbours have been complaining about this garden for about 10 years. Well, I've been speaking to the council concerned to try and see if there's a way of brokering an agreement on this that will satisfy all sides. Sam's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Sam.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So, as you know, the council concerned is Welwyn Hatfield Council. And when I first contacted them for their side of the story, they said, we have received many complaints from neighbours dating back to 2016, largely concerning rats from a large accumulation of waste in Sam's mum's garden. Since then, we've made every attempt possible to engage with Sam's mum and her family to tackle the build-up, including help with clearance, rat baiting and assistance to resolve any underlying issues. We are concerned for Sam's mum's welfare, but sadly our every offer of support has been turned down. With all options exhausted and with unresolved concerns for health and safety of Sam's mum and those living nearby, we wrote to explain that enforcement action was a necessary last resort. We sent this letter in December 2019, but despite follow-ups by officers and allowances made for the pandemic, we've seen no signs of improvement. The council has a duty to tackle rat infestations, and Sam's mum has had 14 months to carry out necessary works. This second letter gives Sam's mum additional time for this work to be carried out before the council will have no choice but to serve notice. Our door, as always, remains open should Sam's mum and family have any other questions or need to discuss the situation further. Well, when I put that all to you, I mean, you disagreed with quite a lot of that, Sam, didn't you? You were saying that as far as you're concerned, you feel as if the door has not been open, and you feel that you have been trying to do things and trying to have conversations with the council, but you have felt the council hasn't been particularly receptive to assisting you. And I said to you on our last conversation, I said, right, well, look, how can I help to try and move this forward? Because obviously from the council's perspective, they feel as if this has been going on for a long time and they have a duty of care, obviously, to your mum, but they also have a duty of care to her neighbours and the people that live around. And you can't just allow one person, because of their circumstances, to live in a property and let the garden or the house or whatever it may be become completely unmanageable and just expect everyone else who lives in that residential area to put up with it. So the council are perfectly within their rights to be saying to you as a family, and I completely understand your mum's health conditions are such that you obviously as her daughter, and I know you've got a brother as well, you will want to be rallying around and trying to sort this for your mum rather than her having to go through the stress of it. What the council have said to your suggestion Because when I said to you, what can I do in terms of what can I get the council to do that will help? You said two fundamental things. Firstly, can they help us find a contractor that can come around and do the job? And secondly, can they give us a bit more time? Because we need a bit more time to be able to do it. And I said to you, well, how much time? And you said, well, if we could have until the end of June, if we can have the help of a contractor and we can have until the end of June, then that should be okay. So I've put that to Welwyn Hatfield Council. They've come back with a very simple response. They have said, we are happy to help her find a contractor. They then went on to say, if the works aren't done by the date specified on the warning letter, she will get a further 2 weeks from that date to comply. So on the last warning letter that your mum received, what was the date that the work needed to have been done by?
3rd of June, Jonathan.
So they are giving 2 weeks beyond the 3rd of June. So 3rd of June is this coming... hang on, where are we? No, hang on a minute. So 3rd of June is next Thursday.
Yeah.
A week today. So it's 2 weeks beyond that. So 3rd... so it needs to have been done by the end of the week kind of ending 17th, 18th of June. That's when the work needs to have been done.
Yeah.
Is that... I mean, what's your response to their response, first of all?
Well, initially my response is that what they tell you publicly is different to my experience. So while they say we're happy to help, I'm just thinking, why haven't they done that before? Because Mum actually asked them that a week or two ago when they visited her property. Can you help me find a way to clear the fly tipping? And their response was no. So part of me thinks it's great to say that publicly, but how will I actually realise that and make that happen? You know, who's going to contact me? How will I do that?
Well, hang on a second though, because we must be very careful with the words that we're using. The way you just phrased that made it sound as if your mum was asking the council to help clear the garden. The council are not offering to help clear the garden. The council are offering to help you find a contractor to clear the garden, a contractor that you as a family will need to pay for.
Yeah, so this is a question we've asked before, and the answer's always been that they wouldn't get involved and things like that, or report the fly tipping, but the fly tipping's on Mum's property, so they're not going to deal with it, so it's like a vicious circle. So glad to hear that they sound more flexible, but I've asked for a case review, and they've come back this week and said, nothing changes, that's it. There's no, we can help you, we can, come back to us. So it would be interesting to know how they want me to make that happen, who I need to speak to get some help. I have put plans in place to try and, because I can't rely on them to help, because my evidence tells me that they won't. That's my instinct. They won't, because they haven't up till now. So we've put some plans in place to at least get started on the 5th ourselves and see kind of how far we can get. So if they're happy to talk to me and help me find someone, all the better, because it'll be done quicker. To do it on our own in 2 weeks would be a lot.
Oh, I see. Is that's your plan then? Is it that you're going to start doing the job yourself?
I'm going to have to start, but I think once we actually start, it's going to take a lot longer than the time.
I was going to say, I mean, you're not going to get it done in the time that the council are offering. So you're going to need contractors to assist. Yeah. So I think now I know that you're prepared to kind of work with what the council are now offering as a way of resolving this. What I will do is I will contact Welwyn Hatfield Council this afternoon, and I will ask them to make contact. Am I okay to give them your personal contact details?
Sure, that'd be great.
And I will ask them to make contact with you personally to help you with details of contractors that can come round and assist.
Brilliant, thank you.
The only thing I would say is I don't know if you've ever had any work like this done before. In my experience, this kind of work is not particularly cheap.
Yeah, that is a concern, but I'll need to know the numbers before I kind of know what I'm dealing with. So I have no idea at the moment.
Yeah, well, certainly I've got family members who have, had a team of people come in and help with a bit of a garden clear up, and they've paid £500 for a day's work.
Right.
for a group of guys to all turn up with chainsaws and shredders and all that kind of stuff and to blitz the garden. So that's probably not too far from what you're looking at.
Okay. I'm trying to explore other avenues as well. So I've been asking local councillors, local groups, whether they've got teams of volunteers in the community that can help. I'm coming up with a blank at the moment, but I'm working on that as well. So if the costs are prohibitive or it's going to take too long for us to do it, trying to think of creative ways that I can get other people involved to help.
Right. But, I mean, okay, and you may well be fortunate in finding people that will come for free to do the work. But of course, you need to just also remember that this is an ongoing thing. When you own a property and when you have a garden, you can't just kind of maintain it once and then let it go again, because you'll be straight back to square one. So it is going to become, and look, let's have a frank conversation. Do you think the time has come after this for your mum to start looking at somewhere else to live where she doesn't have the responsibility of this big garden?
Well, Mum's listening, Jonathan, and we've had this conversation many times before. It's not her wish at the moment to move, but that's a conversation we'll keep on having. At the moment, she wants to stay there, so I'm respecting her wishes, and I'll try and help her with whatever support to make that possible. And like you say, ongoing gardening if needed. But it is expensive, like you point out, and it's not easy to maintain a larger property when you're elderly. I get that.
Well, it's not, and if you're not in a position to be able to maintain the property, to then get someone else in to come and do it for you, that is a regular cost, isn't it? And it's something that it's going to be, I guess it's going to be a constant worry for you as well, Sam, unless something permanent can be sorted as a solution for this. Sam? Hello, Sam? Are you there, Sam? Okay, Sam seems to have gone. Well, what I will do is I will go and speak to the council, and I will ask them to... Are you there, Sam?
Sorry, I lost you for a bit. You've just come back, sorry.
What I will do is I will go and have a word with the council, and I will ask the council to make contact with you and give you some suggestions of contractors to come and clear the garden, and let's take it from there. Now, Heather purchased a new washing machine in November of 2018. It cost her £225, but just a year later, it broke.
They sent a man to repair it, but he couldn't repair it, so they sent a new one, which I received in November 2019, and now that's broken down. And when I rang them up and asked them about a repair, they said, well, you haven't paid insurance on it, so we can't do anything about it. I only use it once a week, sometimes twice a week. Mm-hmm. So it's not used excessively, and it's not a heavy washing that I do. And I did expect it to last a bit longer.
Well, the simple fact is, when you purchase a product, your rights under the Consumer Rights Act start on the date of purchase. So in Heather's case, her rights began in November 2018. She was entitled to expect at that point in time that the washing machine she'd paid £225 for would be fit for purpose, would last for a reasonable amount of time, and would be of reasonable quality. Now, the fact that the company then replaced the machine in 2019, it doesn't mean that her rights then restarted in 2019, but I would argue that even so, this washing machine has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time from the very beginning, and that's exactly what I have been arguing to the retailer on Heather's behalf. She's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Heather.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Heather. Right, now, the company concerned, Argos, have come back with this. They say, we have looked into this, and we can see the replacement washing machine was delivered to Heather in October 2019. Unfortunately, this means that it's no longer covered under the warranty. But our Careline team has reviewed Heather's history with this product, and we've arranged to replace it with a different model as a gesture of goodwill. We have also apologised for the inconvenience this experience has caused. So what's happened from your perspective, Heather?
Yes, I'm getting a new washing machine tomorrow, hopefully.
Tomorrow?
Yes, they're delivering it tomorrow.
Fantastic. How do you feel?
Lovely, isn't it?
Are you feeling happy?
Oh, very happy. Yes.
Great.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like we're nearly there, and what I'm going to do is to give the company half of the horn. In fact, listen to this. But they'll get the rest as soon as you've got your new washing machine. And this new washing machine, just out of interest, is it the same price as the original one, or is it more expensive, or what?
He told me it was £5 dearer, but they'd waiver that as a goodwill gesture.
Well, that's nice. Well, let's just hope you have more luck with the next one. What I'll do... what day is it tomorrow? Friday tomorrow. Let's talk on Tuesday. I'm not going to be here on Monday, so let's talk on Tuesday. I'll get my team to book you in, and we'll just make sure everything's gone absolutely perfectly and according to plan, and fingers crossed I'll be able to give Argos the rest of the horn.
Yes, thank you ever so much. Thank you, Jonathan, and your team for helping.
It's a pleasure. I'll talk to you next week, and good luck for tomorrow. Raymond purchased 2 pairs of magnifying glasses that were going to make reading much easier for him. The glasses cost £34.98, and he was really looking forward to getting them.
I have my own prescription glasses, but it's getting a job to, read certain things, small print. So ideally, these glasses would allow me to read small print. They have never arrived, and I've phoned the company up 3 times to inquire about these glasses. They keep on giving me the same excuses every time I phone up. They have been dispatched. Is there anybody at home to take parcels in? Will you phone back in 2 days' time? We've got to check with the people who deliver our goods, etc. And that's the nuts of the problem, actually.
Well, it's a very simple problem, isn't it? Raymond's ordered his glasses. Where are they? It should have been a very straightforward one to resolve. It hasn't been straightforward. Let me explain more, because Raymond's back on the JVS show. Hello, Raymond.
Good morning, Jonathan, again.
Good morning to you. Now, when I came off air after our discussion, I, as always, started to go through your details and through your file, and I'm looking at the company that you purchased the glasses from and the details that I had. So I started making contact with that company. Now, they are a company that I've dealt with many times before, but unfortunately, the person that I have dealt with before now appears to have left that company. And I don't know who's taken over, but whoever it is was absolutely rubbish at responding. But do you know what? I'm quite pleased they were a bit rubbish at responding, because it transpires there was some confusion over who actually you had purchased these glasses from. Now, I established that at the beginning of this week, and I managed to go and speak to this different company, and I have to be honest, I've been very, very impressed with the response that I've had so far. When I made contact with them, a lady contacted me straight away. She originally was saying, oh, well, can I have the customer's email address, and we'll respond to him by email. And I said, well, I tell you what, can I give you Raymond's telephone number, and could you call Raymond and just have a chat with him and see if you can sort it out? And I gather, Raymond, she did indeed pick up the phone and gave you a call.
A person did phone me yesterday dinner time.
Yes.
And to cut a long story short, I was told that my glasses would be dispatched sometime next week.
Right. Now, I know, because I caught up with you briefly yesterday just to make sure that you'd had that call. I know you were again a little bit confused as to who it was that had called you. What I did after our conversation, Raymond, was I made contact with her again. And I said, it was you that called, Raymond, wasn't it? And she said, yeah. She said, we had a nice conversation. And she said, I've agreed to get it all sorted out. We're sorry for the problems. We're sorry for the confusion. We thought that they'd been delivered. And when we checked with our courier company, it transpires, for whatever reason, they hadn't been delivered. But now we've been made aware of that. We are, of course, going to get some more glasses out to him. And Raymond should be very happy soon. So, fingers crossed, And I know there was a little bit of confusion over who you'd actually got the glasses from, but I think now we've managed to establish that. Let's hope they are going to indeed arrive, and let's hope they're going to arrive next week. What I'm going to do, for the lady at the company who has promised that she will get these glasses out, I'm going to give her this. Just a little bit of the horn, and I will wait to hear from you as soon as you have received them. Fingers crossed it will be next week, OK? Hello, Adam.
Hello, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I will indeed. We booked a holiday back in May of last year for my sister's wedding. Unfortunately, due to COVID, that had to be cancelled. But the operator offered us an option to rebook for the following year, obviously being this year, which we took advantage of and upgraded the accommodation to the top accommodation for the half term of this week, which is due to come through. Unfortunately...
So, sorry, half term's next week, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed, yeah. So 2 weeks ago, I received a call from the company cancelling the holiday, unfortunately. The issue was that I believe the caravan we booked, or the accommodation we booked, was new and it hadn't been delivered to the site. Unfortunately, the issue we had then, we couldn't rebook anything what had gone on. So what we did know is they had accommodation on the site, which they only offered us for an increase. Well, it's 100% increase on what we'd paid, which obviously I found a bit difficult to deal with because we'd booked on the top accommodation you could for the site. They'd obviously just put their prices up due to the COVID situation.
Right. So hang on a minute. So this company calls you and says, "Sorry, but we haven't got the accommodation that you booked."
Basically, yeah, because it's new, it hadn't been delivered to the site, so I think it is a...
So what was it? What was it, like a caravan or something?
Yeah, it was a brand new one for 2021.
Okay.
So obviously it was booked 12 months ago and paid 12 months ago as well.
Okay, so the caravan that you'd booked they now hadn't got, so they were cancelling, but you're saying they did have other accommodation, but they weren't prepared to put you in it without you paying more money?
Yeah, and the frustration to myself was, although I couldn't get hold of the actual company, I spoke to the site direct, and they confirmed they had the two available, but there was an increased cost. But she actually confirmed if I was to book the caravan, which hadn't arrived this week, it would have cost £200 more than the accommodation I had available. So it was actually a lesser accommodation, but they didn't offer it unless I was willing to pay a £600 uplift.
Well, that's a bit cheeky, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Well, I mean, at that point, I mean, the good news is at that point, you should definitely be entitled to your money back. So have you requested your money back?
I have. So obviously we're frantically trying to rebook for the children to get a breakaway because we've been counting down and looking forward to it with the current situation that we're in. They quoted 30 days for the money back. Obviously, to rebook, I needed my money. And as I stand here today, I think after several requests and numerous emails, still haven't been refunded.
Well, that's not acceptable at all.
No.
And I'm very happy to go and have a word with them and ask them to please pay you the money that you paid them a long time ago and they've had sitting in their account. Now, it's not their fault that you weren't able to have your holiday last year, but it's not your fault either. What is their fault is the fact that they seem to have messed you around this year. I think it's very unfair that they were expecting you to then wait for 30 days before you get your money back, because I completely understand the desire to say, okay, well, if you're going to mess me around now, which is really annoying, at least give me my money back now so I can try and book something else instead, because otherwise you're going to leave us without a holiday.
Agreed. And like I said, I mean, we would have gone for the other accommodation, but the uplift was so considerable for a lesser accommodation. It was just profiteering off the back of, obviously, the pandemic we've come out of. So, but it wasn't even offered unless I was willing to pay the upgrade. And as I said, it was far less superior to what we'd already booked. So you'd have thought they'd have honoured that. Obviously, they chose not to. We had to rebook, which we have done. Obviously, a cost, an inflated cost because of what's going on with a different provider.
Yeah.
But as I said, I've luckily we had the money for that. But for the sounds of other people that have had the same issue, they probably didn't, so they've not been able to rebook. So the 30 days and the numerous correspondence and phone back requests to this day, I've not had a manager phone me back after 9 requests. So just to explain.
Well, I think it's all very smelly. As you say, they'd got other accommodation available.
Yep.
That they could have moved you over to, but they were trying to get more money out of you. I presume because they're looking at the situation thinking, well, it's now very close to half term. If Adam doesn't take this accommodation and agree to pay us another 600 quid, we're still going to end up better off if we just sell that accommodation to someone else at the higher price, because we get to make more money than we would do if we just let Adam have that accommodation for the same price that he's already paid us.
100%. I think they knew, because of coming out of lockdown and obviously the situation people have found themselves in over the last 12 months, it was that every site, even when we tried to rebook, obviously we couldn't get where we wanted to go, so we had to compromise. But that was just because everywhere was fully booked because of what's happened, and we had to pay a premium for that as well.
So how much have you paid them?
It was just under £600 originally, but they wanted £1,100 for the upgrade for a lesser accommodation.
So £600 is what they've had from you that you need back?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, fine. Okay, well, leave this with us. What I'm going to do, I'll pass you back to Tara. Can we get some detail, please, Tara?
Of course, yes.
Absolutely. How frustrating. Half term is literally on our doorstep as well.
I'll tell you one of the things I'm going to raise with them. I'm going to put it to them that it feels as if they are, and I understand why from a business perspective, they want to get as much money in as they possibly can. I'm sure last year was a disaster for them. So I completely get that. But it doesn't seem a very fair way of treating customers to take accommodation that you have got available, that you could put a customer in who in good faith has got next week booked with you, and to say, well, no, we want another £600 before you can have it, even though it's inferior accommodation to the accommodation that you'd already booked and paid for. I mean, that seems very unfair.
To be honest, Adam, they have had your money since before May last year, so they've had the benefit of that, so it wouldn't do them any harm, really, in terms of a bit of positivity from customers, to show a bit of customer loyalty.
Well, they've made an extra 600 quid, haven't they? That's the reality.
Yeah.
By giving you your money back, they've made an extra 600 quid from the booking than they would have made if they ultimately had just let you have that other caravan that they have got available. Now, that doesn't seem a very fair way of treating customers when they've, in good faith, waited all this time for their holiday. I'm going to put that to them. Let's see what they have to say. Adam, hang on there. I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail, OK?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your help.
Hang on there, please. It's the JVS show. It's BBC Three Counties Radio for beds, hearts and bucks. Now, from caravans to sheds. Susan wanted a new shed. She found one online. It was just under £400. She hired the services of a local man to put it together for her. He was charging her 150 quid. And while he was building this shed for her, he did mention to her it felt a bit flimsy.
That evening, I went up to the shed and opened the door with a view to starting to get some garden tools back in. And then I realised just how bad it was. There were so many knots, and it was a sunny evening. You couldn't have known this before, but you could see all the sun coming through the holes. And then I could see that the latch was tacky, the doors were not very strong. And since then it's rained. And although it's supposed to have a heat treatment on it, they did tell me when I queried about painting it with something to preserve it. They said, don't do it yet because it's had this heat treatment. But since it's rained in the last few days and I've gone inside, there's actually so much water coming in so many places. I think the wood is actually just really shoddy.
Well, Susan complained to the company. The company said, OK, well, if you take the whole thing down piece by piece and send us the whole thing back piece by piece, we'll give you your money back. But she said, well, that's going to cost me another 150 quid. So then I've paid £300 to my installer to end up with absolutely nothing apart from nearly £400 back for the shed. But I'm back to square one. She wasn't very happy with it, and I can understand why. Well, Susan's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Susan.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Susan. So I have spoken to the company, and they've come back with this. They say Susan purchased the overlap pressure-treated 7x5 Aspects double door shed for £389.95, including VAT and delivery. Installation was available to purchase for an additional £210. However, Susan chose the flat pack option. Susan contacted us on the 17th of April with a concern about green marks on the shed. It was explained that this was residue from the pressure treatment process. She then contacted us on the 20th of April to report further issues. She reported cracks in the knots on the side walls, which are letting light in. She said this had become apparent during assembly, but rather than stop and contact us, she said she had no choice but to go ahead and to complete the assembly. I have pasted a quote from her email. She then quotes from your email, and I presume this was you talking about your installer at the time, Susan. He commented that the panel seemed very flimsy as he was erecting it, but as I had paid for his time, we had to go ahead with the installation. Once he was part-way through and it became obvious there were further problems, we had no choice but to go ahead. She goes on in her email to say, we supplied instructions to Susan on how she could seal these natural cracks in the knots, and we directed her to the instructions, which explained that the cracks are natural and are not a defect. The instructions also recommended the use of silicone around the windows and at the panel joints to make the shed watertight, but her installer did not do this. Whilst we and the manufacturer might disagree with her assessment that the shed isn't fit for purpose, the manufacturer has agreed to collect it, but it must be returned in the same flat pack state as when it was delivered. The manufacturer has also offered to supply her with free silicone so she can complete the assembly properly, but she didn't want to do that. The manufacturer makes tens of thousands of sheds in the UK every year and offers various different construction types, with the overlap construction being the cheapest. Shiplap is a mid-range, and tongue and groove is the most solid and subsequently the most expensive sheds. The manufacturer's sheds are available from most of the UK's leading retailers, and then she goes on to outline those retailers. At the moment, Susan is refusing to dismantle the shed, but continues to demand a refund. And that's where their statement ends.
Oh dear.
So, they are saying, look, you've put the shed together, or your installer has. If you'd paid them for the installation process, well, they would have had more control over it at that point, but you didn't.
Yes.
You've gone ahead and you've put the shed up and now want a refund, but you're not prepared to take it down and send it back to them.
Well, I asked them if they could send somebody to take it down, because they've got people in that line. That's what I requested. I said, could they send somebody round to dismantle it and take it away?
I'm trying to think of the best way of proceeding. The best way of proceeding that is the most reasonable way of proceeding from here. Okay, here's what we're going to try. If you're in agreement, let me just run this past you and see if you agree.
Thank you.
Because I completely understand from your perspective why you're annoyed. From their perspective, what they're saying is that obviously they can't verify how your installer has put it together, and they're suggesting that there are things that could be done that would make the shed watertight, but you're not prepared to do it.
I think that's highly unlikely, Jonathan, because there was a lot when it rained. There was a lot of water came in between the frame at the side of the door where the door hinges and the door. So where the wood has warped, it's leaving gaps. So you can't put sealant in there because you're opening the door there. It's where the hinge goes.
Right.
A lot of water came in there when it rained.
And are you 100% certain that the way that shed has been installed is absolutely 100% pucker?
Yes, because this guy was recommended to me by a builder who's done a lot of work for me before, and he recommended this guy. And, I'd say he came over to me as a very genuine person.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm changing my mind as I speak to you, because what I was going to suggest was that what you could do is accept their offer of the silicone and write a letter to say, I'm grateful to you for suggesting that silicone will solve the problem. I have my reservations as to whether that will be successful or not. Mm-hmm. However, you are the professionals, and if you're telling me that silicone will resolve the problem with the water ingress in the shed, then I'm happy to agree to your proposal, and I will organise for the shed to be adequately sealed. However, if the water ingress continues, you will leave me with no alternative but to have an independent report carried out and to take your company to the Small Claims Court for full reimbursement of all of my costs, including the cost of the shed and the cost of the subsequent installation. Mm. The only problem is, it sounds from what you've just said as if even if they do provide you with the silicone, it's just not even a sensible way of trying to resolve the problem.
No.
So
no,
I'm wondering.
Just the knots where the holes are. The water came in down through the sides as well.
Hmm.
So I don't think the wood is very good quality. Well, you know.
Listen,
I'm just shocked, you know, that happened. That so much water came in.
The only thing, okay, well, in that case, I think we need to go to the full throttle version of the response. But the only thing that we need to make absolutely sure of is that your installer has definitely fitted that shed properly.
Yes.
Because if he's made a mistake, if he's put some of it together wrong, or if he's cut corners in terms of trying to put it together,
yeah,
you're going to end up with very expensive egg all over your face.
Yeah.
And I don't want that.
Mm.
On the basis that he's done the job really well, to the best of his ability and the best anybody would ever be able to put that shed together, what I think we should do is I will go back to the company and say that you are not satisfied with that response and you do not believe the reason why you have turned down the offer of the silicone is that you do not believe the silicone will resolve the problem. It's not a sensible solution.
No, it's not just sealing up a few holes and sealing around the window.
I will.
The water didn't come in round the window, but it came in lots of other places.
Okay, so what I can say is that you've turned this offer down because it is not a sensible solution, and you are now left in a very difficult position, whereby you've paid somebody £150 to, in good faith, come and install a shed that is simply not fit for purpose, and they seem to now be suggesting that you have to pay even more money to end up with absolutely nothing at all.
Yeah.
So would they either like to arrange for somebody to come out and take the shed down and reimburse you, or if they don't want to do that, they will leave you with no alternative but to have an independent report carried out and then to take this company to the Small Claims Court for all of the costs that you have incurred, including the cost of having the report carried out?
Yes.
Shall we try that?
I think we'll have to.
I think we are going to have to try that as well. Okay, leave it with me. Let me go back to them this afternoon. I'll put that to them and see how they want to proceed from there.
Okay.
Luann's on the line. She needs some help. Hello, Luann.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Thank you for taking on our case. It's actually on behalf of my son. He ordered a gaming chair at the end of February 2020. He absolutely lives and dies for his computer. He's very good on it. And
how old is he?
He's 22 now. So it's obviously through COVID and all of that kind of stuff, it kind of, wanted a chair to sit on.
And what is special about a gaming chair?
It's a little bit more comfortable for the positioning for playing computer games rather than box games, like Xbox, PlayStation, all those kind of things. It's easier to use at an actual computer when typing on a keyboard.
Okay, so what does it look like? Like an office chair, or?
Yeah, it is, but it's a bit more sort of padded, a bit more luxurious, if you like. I know you like your luxury.
So it's like a luxury office chair that's specifically designed for people playing computer games.
Pretty much, yeah. It's got some nice colours on it and things like that.
Okay. And how much was this gaming chair?
The actual chair cost £273.99.
Okay.
And then there was a delivery charge on there of £20 as well.
20 quid. And when did you say in 2020 you ordered this?
It was the 26th of February, so right at the end of February 2020.
Okay, fine. So it's just over a year old.
It is now, yes. We had it delivered within a week. We've used this company before, which is a UK company, and we've had no issues. Everything's always turned up, always been great. Until the 18th of December, which was I think the day of the second lockdown that we had actually, it started going down on its own. It was the gas inside the chair that normally keeps it up or lets it lower down. It obviously had some kind of problem, and it kept just dropping when you sat in the chair or turned at a certain angle. It just kept dropping. He's 6'4", so obviously he has it down quite low anyway, but it's just that little bit higher than it is when it's dropped to the lowest point.
Yeah.
So he emailed the company and said that it kept lowering down and asked what could be done about it. And they replied really quickly and said, this does, obviously a fault. We'll get hold of the company for you, and but we need a serial number. So he asked whereabouts the serial number would be, and they told him. He looked on the bottom of the chair, which was supposed to be on a bar, couldn't find anything. So he then sent an email back and said, I can't find it. Where else could it be? Do I have to dismantle the chair? Nothing.
And all this communication was going on in December of last year?
It was between December the 18th and January the 19th, January the 26th was the last email. We kind of gave up going backwards and forwards with photographs of, look, we can't find it. Do we need to dismantle? They said, no, you don't dismantle. It should be on this bar. Sent them photographs. We gave up at the end of January because we got really busy at work and we just, we'd forgotten about it. It was like, just one of those things we had to put beside us at that particular point. So he re-emailed again at the end of April because obviously the problem was still there because we hadn't rectified it. Went through all the same conversation again, backwards and forwards, until about the 12th of May when they basically said, look, if you can't provide the serial number, it's out of warranty, blah, blah, all the normal stuff. You're going to have to contact the manufacturer direct, which is in America, which I said to my son, you don't have to do that. Your contract is with the supplier, the retailer. So
you've been listening to my programme. You've been listening to me banging on about it.
Jonathan, I've been listening to you for over 3 decades. Well, not you personally, maybe, but Prusia.
You have my sympathy. Now, so the serial number is just nowhere to be found on this product at all?
Nowhere to be found. They have told us 2 or 3 times that we do not have to dismantle the chair to find this serial number. We've taken photographs. I've sent you, your team, some photographs as well. They've sent us links to try and find the serial number, but the link is for an older chair. And it shows clearly that the serial number is quite faint. It's been etched in, but there's nothing at all on the bottom of this chair.
And there's no doubt. I mean, in terms of the chair itself, the way you described it, it sounds like it's got quite a snazzy design. Does this company still sell the same chair?
I'm not sure whether or not the actual model is still sold. Unfortunately, I didn't buy it, so I'm not 100% sure. But they do still sell these gaming chairs in one way or another. Right. But obviously, they changed the designs, they changed the colours, but primarily it's still the same kind of makeup.
And has your son got any kind of original invoice that shows what the chair should look like, or where it describes, if you put what is on the invoice that he would have received when he first purchased it, does it come up with this exact same chair that you've now got?
Yes.
Right, okay. Well, I mean, the company, to be honest then, they're going to find it very difficult to wriggle out of this.
Well, they did say that they were having problems with spare parts because of COVID, and that obviously they needed this PI number to actually, to get the correct part. But it's got to the point now where we're like, well, is this chair actually a kosher chair? Because there is no serial number on the chair anywhere. We're a little bit loath to start taking it apart in case it damages other parts of it.
No, I definitely wouldn't start taking it apart.
Yeah, we've been told that we shouldn't have to.
No.
So, as I say, we've sent photographs and we just don't know where to go now. He's emailed out.
And this company, I don't want anything that will identify who they are at this stage, but do they have the shop?
I don't know is the answer. I don't think so, but it is a company that he has used quite a number of times.
Okay. Only because if they have a physical shop, if they have a presence on the high street, for example, if it were me personally, I would put the blooming thing in the back of my car, drive there, and wheel it into the shop.
It's not a local company, but it is a UK company.
Okay. Well, that's something. But look, it sounds like I need to go and have a little word with this company and try and find out what on earth they're playing at.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, they've been really good at communication. Every time we've emailed them, they've always been really good at emailing back. It's just that we've come to this kind of, lock situation where they won't move and we're not prepared to go to the manufacturers because it's not our job to.
Have you ever asked them what the issue is in terms of replacing the chair without the serial number? Because I'm going to cut through it and I'm going to tell you what I suspect they may well be thinking. They may well be thinking that this chair is not a genuine chair that they sold you. They may well be thinking this customer is just trying to return a chair that they didn't buy from us, that is an imitation of one that we had sold to this customer, and they're just trying to return it so they get a better one, a genuine one returned. But that's quite an accusation.
Yeah, I don't think that is the case, if I'm completely honest with you, knowing that,
Well, then why would the serial number matter?
Well, I don't know, but they've gone on and we spoke to 2 or 3 different people at the company and they've all come back with exactly the same answer, that they aren't able to do swaps or refunds on the chair because of the age of the item. Well, it was under a year old when we first went to them, but obviously because Christmas happened and then January, as I said, we were really busy at work and we couldn't, keep following it up as much as we wanted to. They were saying that they could only cover spare parts from the manufacturer. They could request the spare parts, but without that number, they couldn't get a spare part. But, I don't know where else to do, which is why I'm coming to you, because we're banging our heads up now.
Fine. Well, you've done the right thing. Leave it with me. I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and I'll contact them this afternoon for you.
I very much appreciate your help, John.
Radio.
Now, Alexander purchased 2 sofas for £1,750. He got a 2-seater and a 4-seater, but it wasn't very long before he spotted something going very, very wrong with the larger of the two.
Where we were sitting, the cushions was dipping and they wasn't recovering, and then it started to look like the material was all going baggy and sagging and everything else. So we contacted the company. They sent out their technician who had a look and said, yes, they are dipping. He took some photos and said that he's going to put on his report to replace the foam. We've had the cushions replaced and the second lot is doing exactly the same as the first lot. The technician came out and agreed they were sagging again, but then I had a phone call from the company and they basically said we're sitting in them incorrectly and we're sitting in them for too long. It's not like, I'm a 30-stone man sitting on a sofa, because I'd understand then it's not supporting. We don't sit in it all day. As I say, we're out, we have things to do, and when we have our tea and coffee, we sit in our other chair and sofa.
Well, as you can imagine, Alexander and his wife were not at all happy about this, and I promised I would go and have a word with the retailer and find out what was going on and what they could do to resolve the matter. Alexander's back on the JVS show. Hello, Alexander.
Good morning, Jonathan.
I should just ask, do you prefer Alexander or Alex?
either, but Alex is probably easier.
Okay, well, I don't mind. I rather like Alexandra. I think it makes you sound very posh and grand. Now, the company concerned, as you know, is Sofology. And I went off to speak to Sofology. They came back. They said, thank you for your email. We take this very seriously. As a specialist retailer, we are very aware that comfort is subjective, which is why we offer many variations and levels of comfort across our range of sofas. This particular sofa is designed to be a soft sit, and so the density of foam and support is specified to achieve that snug feel which many customers seek. The range has been available to purchase since 2017, and we've sold in excess of 10,000 items with a very small complaint rate of 1%. As Alexander and his wife told us some months ago they were unhappy with this level of sit support, we have already replaced the foam cushions. We do not regard the sofa cushions as faulty, and we are clear that this particular sofa is designed to perform in this manner. We do have other firmer foam options within our ranges, but they're more expensive than the range in question. Having spoken directly with Alexander, we recognise that this sofa is not meeting his personal expectations, and so as a gesture of goodwill, we offered a full refund and collection. Alexander's declined our offer, preferring that we cover the cost of alternative foam, as he remains happy with his sofas. The customer will source the parts himself, and Sofology will arrange new fabric covers for him at no charge. Alexander's very happy with this resolution. Well, this was very interesting to me because I deal with this kind of issue quite a lot, Alexander. The issue of cushions losing their support seems to be a common theme with many sofas nowadays. And you took the foam to an upholsterer, a very good upholsterer.
Yes.
And he said to you, well, I can get better quality foam for you that you can then put into the cushions, and the better quality foam will be much longer lasting and provide much more support. So you said, well, let's go with that then. So last time you and I spoke, you were saying that indeed he'd provided you with the new foam, and the difference was remarkable. The sofa now feels very firm, comfortable, supportive. When you get up from it, the foam springs right back up to where it was previously. You don't leave a dip, which you had left previously. And indeed, Sofology, had they actually refunded you the money last time we spoke, or was it still on the table as an offer? I can't remember.
I got a phone call the following morning after speaking to you the previous one, and they took my credit card details and refunded me £300,
right.
Which was and obviously the new. I think the new foam was 297. I think it was.
Okay.
So, but yes, so I ordered it from the guy. He's got his own workshop and works from home and that. He come because he actually gave me 2 pieces of foam to trial, and that's what we went for in the end. And he come back and picked up the foam. I think it took him a week to get the new foam.
Yeah.
We fitted it. My wife and I, we fitted it, and it's lovely. We get support. It's just like it should have been from day one when we tried it in the shop.
And what about the new cushion covers?
Yeah, well, I got an email the day after I spoke to you last, saying that they would be here within the next 2 to 3 days, and then the next day I received the new covers yesterday.
Fantastic.
So I've got the covers. I haven't fitted the covers yet, obviously, but I've got the covers here.
Listen, I've done that myself. I've had to put foam into cushion covers. It's no easy task.
No, it's not. No, it's not an easy job. No.
So,
but we've got the new covers, and they're the right. I must be honest. I was worried that we would probably get the wrong colour. And everything else, but no, they're not. They're actually dead right. They're the right ones for their sofa.
Great.
And they're, as I say, they're brand new, so ready to go.
Great stuff.
So we're chuffed at the minute with it.
Great. Well, I'm delighted for you. And shall we thank Sofology and move on?
Yes, I think we should, yes.
I think so, yeah. OK, lovely. Well, listen, good luck. I hope you get many happy years of use out of the sofa. Thank you to Sofology for resolving the matter in this way. Here's your horn. And Alex, any other problems, you know where we are. In November of last year, Joanna decided to treat herself to a very expensive bit of kit after viewing the night sky at a friend's house in Spain. So she spent £700 on a brand new telescope.
One of my friends showed us with like a bird watching scope a couple of planets. You know, there's a Jupiter, there's Saturn. I was absolutely smitten. I just couldn't believe it. I could just see it. So when I got back from a holiday, I decided to go inquire about the telescope. I found a specialist shop, and I chose the telescope that was recommended by the salesman. The problem started with day one. I paid and collected the telescope. I brought it home. I opened the box, and it's not the telescope that I ordered. And then they said to me, like, oh, don't worry. It's a very good telescope. See how you go with it. And then if you don't like it, then we will exchange for the one you ordered.
Well, Joanna didn't get on very well with this telescope at all, and after 2 weeks of trying, she still hadn't managed to align it in any way or to be able to see anything through it. She says she's phoned the company over 100 times, finally managed to speak to someone who gave her some instructions, but it still doesn't work. 6 months on, she's very frustrated. She wants her money back, but she came to me because she said the company had refused. Well, as I explained to Joanna last time we were on the programme, this is a very strange one for me, because when I talk to Joanna, it feels like I'm talking about a completely different company. And when I talk to the company, it feels like I'm talking about a completely different customer. It's very odd. Joanna's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Joanna.
Good morning, Jonathan.
The reason why the company concerned, and I've done quite a bit of research about them, they're a small family-run business. They seem to have very good customer reviews. Lots of people describe them as, being excellent, helpful, friendly, interested in the whole world of telescopes and the stars and all that kind of stuff. Everything you would imagine you would absolutely need if you were someone who wanted to dip your toe into this world and find a telescope. When I spoke to the guy that runs the shop, and I should just say, I've called them a couple of times now. On both occasions, they answer the phone within one ring. So it certainly hasn't been any kind of ordeal to get through to them. He said, and I'm not going to go into all the detail again, but in a nutshell, he said that you had received the telescope that they told you they were ordering for you. He said, however, it was clear on the day that you came to collect it that there was some confusion and that you had presumed it was a telescope that it wasn't. And he said at that point, they said, well, you don't have to have it if you don't want it, but this is the only one that we can get. We can't get one with a screen at that point, which is what you wanted, a handset. And he said that you accepted it, you took it away. You then contacted them to say you were struggling to operate it. They said they gave you some advice. Then you said you were still struggling. So they said, well, look, what we can do, if you feel the handset, because that's what you were very annoyed about, that you hadn't had the handset with it. If you really want the handset, we will give you a handset worth £100, which will make it the exact same model that you thought you were getting. They provided you with a handset, but still you weren't happy. And he said, we've tried to help the customer. We keep offering help, but she just keeps demanding a refund. And we've said, well, we'll buy it back from you. If you bring it in good condition, we'll give you all your money back. But he said, I just can't understand it. The customer just will not bring it back to us. Well, when I spoke to you last time, you said, no, that's not true. I was never sent an email with an outline of what I'd ordered in the first place. All I've been asking for is my money back, so why would I have refused to take it back if they were prepared to offer that? It was, you understand from my perspective, Joanna, it just feels as if I'm talking about two different companies and two different customers. It's very odd. Now, I did go back after our last conversation, and I had another chat with him. He has now provided me with, further to our discussion last time, he has provided me with a copy of the invoice that he says you were given on the 12th of October last year. And I've got that invoice in front of me. It shows the deposit that you had put down of £65 for a Celestron Astro Phi 6 Schmidt Cassegrain telescope. Cost of £649 plus VAT. Is that the telescope you've got?
That's the telescope I have received, but that's not the telescope I have spoken to him to be ordered. So he put something on a paper. I wasn't at that time familiar with all the names and models. But the telescope that was in stock and he could order is the one that I have sent you a brochure with, because he gave me the brochure. And the Astro 5 had a cross. This is out of stock, not going to be available for you. But there is this one, and there's a tick, and that's what I chose. That's why this man offered free of charge that handset, handle or whatever it's called, free of charge, because he knew that it wasn't the one that I ordered. Because I ordered he told me about the speed, how it's going to work on the handle, and that's why he offered that. But that, even though with the paperwork that he supplied you with, it is not the telescope that I ordered and I talked about with him in a showroom.
But were you given the invoice after you'd paid the deposit of £65 to place the order?
I am not sure about that. Even on the real invoice, paying off for everything, it's still the Astro 5.
Okay. Well, I mean, so I've now got the paperwork in front of me that was dated the 12th of October, and he says that clearly shows, as far as we were concerned, the telescope that we were ordering for the customer. And at no point did she ever query that, and at no point until she came to pick it up did she say that that was not the telescope that she thought she was going to get. But he said, regardless of all of this, and he said, to be fair to you, he said during the lockdown, he said, to be fair, there have been periods where the showroom obviously had been closed and telephone contact was harder, although he did say it wasn't impossible.
4 months of no answering the phone call.
He did say that during that period they'd had to furlough their support staff, and they had to rely on...
Why would you furlough the staff if you're so busy and you have customers waiting for your support?
Well, if the shop was shut and if they couldn't sustain paying those members of staff to be on the end of a phone on the off chance that someone might call, then that's obviously why they decided to furlough them. But he accepts that during the lockdown period, there may have been times when you were trying to contact them and you weren't able to. However, he still insists that they had provided you with lots of offers of help, including, and he says, an exchange to a Nexstar 6 SE, a free handset to operate like a 6 SE, a video of how to use the handset, an offer of exchange to spotting scope or binoculars, and an offer to buy back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's his story. That's okay.
Sorry?
Yes. It's his story against my story. And, if he offered all those things, especially the refund, why would I call you, radio, you, Jonathan, to help me to deal with this company?
Well, this is why. And I said to him, I said, you're forgive me, but it does feel, when I'm talking to you, the company, it feels as if you're talking about a different customer and not Joanna. And I get the same feeling when I'm having the conversation with you. I mean, to bring this to hopefully a conclusion, he has said, and I've got it in writing in front of me, I'd like to reconfirm, we are happy to buy back the telescope for the full invoice value, as long as it's been taken reasonable care of. For example, he says, we would expect it to be returned complete with all of the original parts and accessories. To be complete with the original box and the instructions, and to be free of damage. We obviously expect some signs of use, and we don't intend to be unreasonable, but to be clear, if it did come back with missing items or had significant scuffs or scrapes, we would want the right to consider making a reasonable reduction to account for this. But as long as the telescope comes back, and you said to me last time it is in perfect condition, as long as it comes back perfectly, he is prepared to give you the full amount, the full invoice value for it.
Great.
Okay. So I said, well, how can we get this sorted? He said, what we are doing is we are open on a booking basis. So if Joanna would like to give us a call, let us know when she would like to come in, and we will make sure that we're here in order to assess the telescope and give her money back.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that.
So what I would like you to do is I'd like you to give them a call. Preferably, I don't know if you can do it now after this call, after this conversation. I mean, when realistically can you take the telescope back to them?
Sometime next week.
Okay. Well, can you make the appointment now and then just let me know when it is you're due to go back? Because what I want to do is obviously oversee all of that and make sure that it all happens as planned.
Great. It's a solution that I was, hoping for. Thank you very much for that.
Well, I just hope it's all going to work. I presume you have got the box and the instructions, and it is in perfect condition.
Yes.
Okay. Well, if you've got everything that they gave you and it's all in good condition, I don't see any reason why you would not get your full amount of money back. And hopefully then you can move on with your life and they can move on with theirs as well. Because whatever has happened, it's very clear there's been a breakdown in the relationship between customer and company here. And I can't quite fathom what's gone on, but I mean, as far as I'm concerned, there are some times when things just don't work out and it's better just to get your money back and move on. I'm sure that's what you'd like to do now.
Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly, that was my idea when I couldn't get any support on a continuous basis of, after 4 months, even still I gave them the chance to give me the direction, how to use it, advice, and still getting nowhere. I didn't want to go deeper into get new parts from them or get anything else because I'm not getting the support from the company that, through the opinions of others says that it gives it.
Okay. Well, I
think give it to me. So, the best thing is to just return it. I'm pleased that we've got to the solution of this matter. And when I go the next week,
what I would say, Joanna, is just. I understand you're frustrated by the previous experience. Let's just keep it calm, keep it friendly. Give them a call. Just say I've had the chat with Jonathan. He advised me to give you a call so that I can bring the telescope back. It's all in perfect condition, so I'm going to bring it back. Are you going to be around on such and such a day at this time if I bring it in then? And what I'd like you to do is just to let them know that you're going to let me know when you're going in because I want to follow up what's happening, yeah?
Okay.
And then I don't think, what you don't want is to have any kind of awkward experience going into the shop. I'm sure you don't want that. You just want to be able to go in, hand it back, let them look at it and get your money back, yeah?
Yes, we've taken all the pictures, we made the videos of every single piece that goes into a box already because you have to, be sure that it is the way it was, from the beginning. So, yes, okay. Yes, we do that.
Okay, if you can give them a call now and just call us back and let one of my team know when you're going in and I'll follow up with you next week, okay?
Yes. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Joanna. Fingers crossed this time next week everything will be nicely resolved. Rachel purchased a bed in January of 2020. It was delivered at the end of March. It cost her £2,000 for the bed and the mattress together, but there was a problem with the bed frame. And when the company finally agreed to replace it, they told Rachel she'd have to wait for another 3 months. So she thinks it's only reasonable that she gets a new mattress to go with the new bed as well, as it's not her fault the company hadn't sorted the issue already.
I didn't spend so much money on a mattress to sleep on the floor with it for 6 months before a bed come. I'm not saying my house is dirty, but it's a brand new mattress to go in my brand new bed, and it's been living on the floor. And I said, if you can't do that, just come and take back the mattress then. And then, again, they haven't contacted me back about the mattress.
Well, as you can imagine, Rachel is getting very, very frustrated with all of this. She wants a nice new bed and she wants a nice new mattress to go with it, and she wants the bed and mattress that's fit for purpose and isn't sinking in the middle. Well, it doesn't seem too much to ask, does it? I promised her I would contact the retailer on her behalf and see what I could organise. Rachel's back on the JVS show. Hello, Rachel.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Rachel. Right, the company concerned is DFS. Who, got to be honest with you, I didn't even know they sold beds. But there we go. Yeah. I thought DFS sold sofas, but there we go. Apparently they sell beds as well. They've come back with this response. They say, we sincerely apologise for any inconvenience or discomfort caused while Rachel waited for her new bed frame. The new mattress and bed frame purchased by Rachel, they're sold as two separate items so that customers can pick and choose the options that are right for them. They're therefore not sold as a set. We have acknowledged that on this occasion the bed frame appears to be faulty, and our team has already ordered a replacement for them. As the products come from different suppliers and the mattress is not faulty, it does not need replacing. Our product quality team has advised that using the mattress on a clean floor will not have a detrimental effect on its performance. We can ensure, Rachel, that the new bed frame is being exchanged for a like-for-like product and will fit perfectly with the mattress. Our team will continue to keep in touch with them about an expected delivery date. In other words, we're not giving her a new mattress. What's your response?
Well, they can come and take this mattress and I don't want their bed. So they can cancel the order and I wanted them to take back this mattress. And I would have said that, and I've got an email that I sent how many days within the time stated to come and collect the bed and the mattress, and they ignored my email anyway. So they can come and take the bed and the mattress as well because I don't want it.
There are just a couple of basic things that we need to sort out. First of all, did you, when you purchased the bed, when did the bed actually arrive with the mattress?
It come on the 27th of March of this year.
Of this year or last year?
This year. I ordered the bed this year in 2021.
2021. I'm sorry, I've got 2020 written down here. That's
it's
incorrect.
2021 I ordered it. Yeah.
My apologies. We've got the wrong date on the paperwork. So 2021, 27th of March had arrived. At what point, what date did you, in writing, notify DFS that you would like to reject the goods?
Hold on, I'll just get out my emails just now. Bear with me because I said to them... Hold on. Sorry, everybody.
No, that's fine. It's just let me just explain the way it works while you're doing that to everybody listening to the programme. The Consumer Rights Act gives you 30 days from the date of purchase, but in this case it would be from the date that you actually receive the goods. You have 30 days to report any fundamental faults and reject the goods and return them, because they are fundamentally faulty. Now, when I say fundamentally faulty, the fault must be something that actually impacts your ability to use the product properly. So you have 30 days to reject the goods and to demand a full refund. After 30 days, you lose your right to demand a refund, and you have to allow the retailer an opportunity to repair the product if that's something that they want to do. So that's why the date of this is quite important. So what was the date that you formally rejected the bed and the mattress because the bed frame was faulty?
The 15th of April.
Okay. And you've got that in writing?
Yes, I do, in front of me now. I sent the email at 6:59 in the morning.
And
obviously I had another unsettled night's sleep back then. Yeah.
And they didn't acknowledge that?
No, they didn't.
Did you subsequently, in writing, accept a replacement that they would be able to say, well, we've got it in writing that this customer has accepted the solution of replacing the bed frame?
No, they have never. Of all my emails I've ever sent them, and I've sent them a few, there's only ever, I think, once emailed me back to say that they received the pictures of the faulty beds.
Would they have a recording on a telephone conversation of you agreeing for them to replace the bed frame as a solution to this?
I doubt it, because they rang me, and I'm pretty sure they haven't.
Okay. What I will do is I will go back to them and I will say that you made it very clear in your initial email to them on the 15th of April that you wished to reject the goods because they're faulty. And whether it was sold as two individual components, it was clearly designed, it was all on the same invoice, and it was clearly designed that the two parts were supposed to go together. Therefore, you would like to reject both parts. I hope that what they won't be able to do is to say, well, we have a recording of us offering Rachel a replacement of the bed frame, and she accepted that offer. So that therefore overrules any previous email that she had sent us. I hope they haven't got that.
Okay.
If they haven't got that, then I think you're in a strong position for me to be able to push for you to reject the goods. Because after all, you made it very clear that you are prepared to accept the replacement, but you want a full replacement, not a partial replacement.
Yeah.
Let's see what I can do. Amy's on the line. Hello, Amy.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Amy. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so I basically purchased a exercise spinning bike from an online voucher company, and this was several weeks ago now, where I basically then purchased the bike from the retailer using this voucher. So the bike arrived in good time, that was fine, put the bike together, and it was absolutely not fit for purpose at all. So basically the bike pedals didn't actually work, so when you turn them, the wheel didn't turn. There were bits missing, there was bits that were bent, the seat, the handlebars were all quite loose, even when sort of completely tightened. It was just really poor condition, really, and was obviously very unhappy with that.
And are you sure you put it together correctly?
100%, yeah, absolutely. Okay. And so obviously went back to the voucher company, who said to contact the retailer directly, which I did. Contacted them by email. They were always okay in responding, although it usually sort of took a few days in between conversation. Said they wouldn't liaise via telephone. That's the only way you could contact them. So obviously this process took a little bit of time, but basically said they would be happy to refund the item, but we have to pay £40 in order to return it, which I obviously wasn't happy to pay, especially considering I only paid £20 to have it delivered in the first place.
And why did they have the cheek to expect you to pay £40 to return it?
Well, we obviously went back and forth several times. I stated sort of my consumer rights, and they said basically this is the charge imposed by the delivery company, and that is what it is. Absolutely refused to do anything else.
No, I think what they're doing, what they are getting a bit confused with in terms of what you're entitled to and what their obligation is. You are covered when you purchase something from an internet-based company or from a mail order company. You are covered by, it used to be called distance selling regulations, now the consumer contracts regulations. They're the same thing, really. What that states is that if you haven't had the chance to see a product in the flesh, when you receive it, you have 14 days if you change your mind about that product because you don't like the colour of it or the size of it or whatever reason you decide you don't like it, you have the ability to return the goods and get a full refund. However, because you're changing your mind as long as the company has pointed out in their terms and conditions that you will be liable for the cost of sending the product back, they are fully within their rights to expect you to pay that postage or that courier cost.
Yep.
However, this is not a return under the Consumer Contracts regulations. This is a return because the product's faulty.
Yeah.
And therefore, it is perfectly unreasonable for them to expect you to pay the postage cost in sending it back.
Yeah, so I obviously was quite irritated by this whole process. I actually then sort of looked into this company further, went onto an online review site and realised that actually there was 131 reviews for this particular company. 92% of them had very, very similar issues with very similar products. And the most frustrating thing about that was actually this company seemed to be trading under two different names. So if I'd have had the name that I had after I queried this product, after it arrived, I would have probably been able to see these reviews, but obviously beforehand didn't have that option really.
Okay. Have you gone back to the voucher company to say, what have you done? You've ended up selling me a bike through your voucher scheme from a company that now will not take the bike back without trying to cheekily charge me money to send it back just so I can get a refund when the product is clearly faulty.
Yep, I did. And actually the voucher company would quite difficult to contact as well. You couldn't just ring them. I actually had to start like a WhatsApp conversation with them, for which when they replied and they didn't get an instant response, they closed the case down. I then actually started a query through the payment site that I made the payment on.
I was going to ask you how you'd paid.
Yeah, I paid through PayPal. So I actually
using a debit card or a credit card?
Debit card.
Okay. Please, in future, if ever you're buying anything, particularly anything that costs over 100 quid, please pay it on a credit card.
Yeah.
You have much more protection.
Yeah, hindsight's a wonderful thing, I suppose.
I know. It is, but I'm saying this because it may well protect other people listening to the programme from, falling into the same trap. If you'd pay by credit card, then the credit card company is jointly liable with the retailer for anything that you've ordered or any service that you've purchased. And if you therefore have a problem with the product or the service and the retailer will not solve the problem, your credit card company is liable. They have equal liability to the retailer. And you have the ability to go back to them and say, look, the retailer won't do anything, you need to. And by law, they have to. With a debit card, it's a bit different. But it may well be that that PayPal will assist. I'll tell you what I'd like to do. I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail. And it sounds as if I need to have a three-pronged attack here in terms of speaking to the voucher company, the retailer and the payment company to see who is going to take responsibility for this. It's completely unacceptable that you've got a spinning bike that doesn't work and isn't fit for purpose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, leave it with me.
Thank you.
I'll pass you back, Amy. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word. Peter's son, his daughter-in-law and his granddaughter moved into a housing association property in December of last year. Peter says it's a great house, but there's a fairly important issue with it.
The fence needed replacing. It was falling down. And of course, over the Christmas period and that, we had some winds and rain and it blew the whole fence down. We called the housing association and they eventually sent a guy out. He okayed it and said, yeah, this definitely needs replacing. Now we've had a letter or an email from the housing association saying it's not their responsibility and we've got to pay for it. When I spoke to him the other day, the lady was quite rude to me, just saying, check your terms and conditions. That's all she would say. But I did say to her, why should they be expected to buy a new fence when it was already in disrepair? And my worst concern is that she actually backs onto a train track, and I've got a 2-year-old granddaughter, and I'd hate for her to fall down the bank and end up, against a metal fence near a train track. And also the next door neighbour, she has a friend round with a dirty great husky dog, and it bounds straight into their garden, and if my little girl's out there, it rolls all over the place.
Well, as you can hear, Peter's very unhappy about it. He feels the housing association should take responsibility. Now, it's not always that straightforward. And I've explained this to Peter. Peter, I think, has realised now that it's not necessarily that straightforward. He's back on the JVS show. Hello, Peter.
Good morning or afternoon now, sorry.
Hello, Peter. Now, you are a council tenant yourself.
Yeah.
You are very used to one of the traditional council tenancy agreements that in effect means that the council, your landlord, would be responsible for any kinds of repairs like this. With many of the new social housing tenancy agreements, it's not necessarily the case. And whilst you may well be provided with social housing, you will find that the maintenance of particularly things to do with the garden, fencing, that kind of stuff is very often the tenant's own responsibility. And when you take on that property, you also take on responsibility for that maintenance. So it's just important to make it clear that just because you're a housing association tenant does not automatically mean the housing association is responsible for all of the maintenance, including fencing. That said, I promised you I would contact the housing association. They are sanctuary housing, and they came back to say, while it is clear in our tenancy agreement that it is the tenant's responsibility to maintain dividing fences between properties, we acknowledge we may have caused confusion in this case, and we will therefore arrange for the damaged fence panels to be replaced. We're in contact with the family to agree a suitable date for this work to be done. Well, that was a couple of weeks ago now, and I know you and I have spoken a couple of times since then, Peter, and somebody did indeed come round. They were having a look at it, and the guy was going away and gave you the impression that he was going away to get all the stuff and he would be back in touch with a date and a time to come and install the new fence panels. But I gather things aren't going smoothly. What's the latest, Peter?
Yeah, well, surveyor number 3 turned up this week and took exactly the same information. Mm-hmm. So from being told we'd be sorted by the 5th, we received a message yesterday, I'm not sure if it was a text or an email, that they're having trouble getting the materials, so they won't be able to help us till after the 7th. But I'm just a little bit concerned is why do they keep sending surveyors round? There's 3 different people so far. We're getting nowhere.
It does sound a bit pointless to send lots of different people round to do exactly the same thing.
And they're all taking the same photographs and stuff, you know? It's not as if they're finding out anything different. It's the same photographs, same, where it needs X amount of panels and X amount of posts.
Yeah.
It's simple.
I have been told, quite independently of this complaint, I have been told there is an issue with some fencing materials and with a bit of a shortage. So it may well be that there is some justification for the argument that they're struggling to get hold of stuff. But I don't really see, if that is the case, I don't really see that sending different people around to take the same photos of the same missing fence panels is really going to be very helpful.
No, but the worst thing about it, Jonathan, is that I could go onto the 414 there at Lewis Tyler's and I could buy that this afternoon. They've got it's mountains of it fencing. They're one of the biggest suppliers in the country.
Right.
They've got mountains of it. But I don't know where they must be buying it from somewhere different. I don't know. But it just seems to be dragging on now.
Okay.
You know, we're coming into week 3 now. Well, since you made contact with them.
Okay, well, I tell you what I'm going to do. It sounds like I need to make contact with them again. Let me drop them a quick email this afternoon and just say we've had the conversation. Things still haven't been sorted out. Can they please just bring us all up to speed with where we're at?
It was all happiness, and we was all, grateful when they said, we'll get it done by the 5th, which is my little granddaughter's 2nd birthday, and there's a party arranged for her in the garden and stuff. But we've got to do it with all exposed to next door and the dog. But, if we have to muddle through, we have to muddle through. But it'd be nice to get it done. But it just seems to be that they're dragging their heels now.
Let me make contact with them this afternoon and see if I can just speed things up. Peter, we will talk next week and hopefully things will be looking up.